Hello everyone, it's me, Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. Welcome to a wide angle cam, because we can. We're doing things a little bit different today in a fun way. Because I'm actually going to be tracking one of the tracking cameras, something I've always wanted to do, and with today's launch, I think it's the perfect time to be able to do that, because Flight 11, we'll get into the pre-launch preview here in a second. Flight 11, spoilers, more or less a reflight of Flight 10. They're pushing a few more boundaries again, testing a little bit of the limits, but for the most part, you know, it's not anything crazy, exciting, and new compared to Flight 10. So those of us that watch the stuff that will still be, you know, super excited about every little nook and cranny of this launch, which is why we're streaming, obviously, in glorious 4K. Be sure and check your 4K buttons. Yeah, we're excited. But the thing that I'm excited about for myself, like I said, is I actually am going to be controlling one of these cameras when it comes time. It does have a little drift problem right now, so I'm not going to keep it live the whole time. But once it is, you'll actually see, yeah, look, little gamer cam. I mean, I know it's like nerdy and probably not that many people care about it, but the fact that we actually have like these really cool manually controlled tracking cameras, I think is really cool. It's stuff that I nerd out about, and it's something that I'm excited to do. So I'm actually going to be inside, since I've seen, you know, these so many times now. I think this is my chance to be inside, feel what it's like as the studio's shaking, and like, I think it'll be fun. So for me, it's going to be a fun experience, something different, something new. For you, hopefully it's something just a little bit unique at home too. It'll hopefully help you feel like you're here watching this and kind of experiencing what it'd be like if you lived out here in South Texas and got to feel the rumble of 33 Raptor engines. Pretty cool, pretty exciting. What I'm also excited about, you know, because of that, like, I'm running a tracker too, because, you know, we're trying to kind of make these streams a little more efficient. You know, these are becoming more and more routine. So we're kind of streamlining a few things. And one of the things that we're streamlining, you maybe know that we used to do, or we have done pre-launch previews, where we kind of give you a little rundown on what's coming next and like what to expect, all that kind of stuff. So why don't we show you, actually, we're trying to optimize that right now. So we actually developed this entire, we developed like an AI thing that gives us a pre-launch preview here. So as you can see, we pulled that up here. So let's go through that. So this is the prep and true for Starship Flight 11. Installed a new payload ONT, WINE, to new payload adapter, comparative remorsely from our combines and geometries. So big deal, you know, as you can tell, very big deal. It's even copyright super heavy booster. So this is, this is a big deal for us, obviously. I don't know. I just wanted to throw that in. We were joking about, obviously, like, you know, this is the worst that this AI stuff's ever going to be is today. Like, it's just going to get better. And it's as scary as it is exciting. And it's just one of those things. I thought that'd be fun. So sorry for the practical. We should have saved that for April Fools, that we replaced the whole show with AI. Okay, so here's a real pre-launch preview, though, for you. Liftoff time, as you can tell on the clock on our screen when it comes back up here in a second, will be the liftoff time is at 6:15 p.m. local. That's 23:15 UTC. That's today. What is today? October 13th, 2025. All right, let's go. That means this is the 5th launch of the year. Is that right? I think that's right. 6th launch within a year, because it's actually the anniversary of Flight 5, the first Starship super heavy catch, well, the super heavy catch of the Starship vehicle. So that's pretty cool that it could hopefully will launch today on time. So this is, in particular, this is another exciting thing, though. I always like seeing this. This is a Super Heavy Booster B15-2. Notice it says -2. That means it's the second launch of this particular booster. So they're reusing 24 of those 33 Raptor engines. For whatever reason, don't have the insights on why exactly 9 of them aren't worthy of being reflown. But for now, they're, I don't know, swapping stuff out, doing different things. And that's what is kind of fun about this program, is we're seeing them iterate live in real time, basically. Starship on top there is Starship S38. Maybe if I get brave here, I'll enable the joystick controller here, and I'll actually zoom in, and you can actually see that it is Starship 38. Give me a second here. This is going to be sloppy for me. There's quite a latency, and actually you'll be able to see that latency now that you see my camera. So see the big lag that I'm dealing with here, and that's because this camera in particular is actually over Starlink. So Starlink's amazing, and it allows us to do a lot of things remotely, but latency, because we have to go over the top, is what we kind of would say. There's a bit of latency because it has to encode the video, then we're decoding it here over the public internet. So some of our other cameras and other systems, we use direct air fiber links, which are a lot less latency, a lot snappier. So today when I'm tracking, I'm going to be pretty wide, hoping to just not miss the shot. But there you go. You can see, like you saw on screen there, it did say S38 because that is what is launching today. Like we said, that B-15-2 previously flew on Flight 8. So that was March 6th. So yeah, that's pretty, they're not at crazy quick turnaround times yet. Obviously, we're talking months, but the payload today is another set of dummy Starlink satellites that will be also on a suborbital trajectory, same as the booster. The booster and Starship are both on a suborbital trajectory. When I said like the booster, it's on the same trajectory more or less as Starship. They'll re-enter away from each other because of that relight that they'll do with the Starship, where they relight one of the Raptor engines, and that helps it change its trajectory, gets away from those dummy satellites so they don't, bonk into it. I think that'd be a bad thing. And also it helps them prove, once again, for the third or fourth time, the Raptor Relight capabilities, which is always a good thing to be able to demonstrate before we see these things actually go into orbit. We don't want them getting stuck up there. This is the end of an era, though. This is the last launch of version 2 Starship and Super Heavy. And it's the last launch from Pad 1 for now. They will likely retrofit it, but I don't, will they call it Pad 1? We don't know. But they will have to do some major modifications because right next door is Pad 2, which is getting a lot closer to being online. So that's pretty darn exciting. So as this stuff kind of, grows out and expands, it's just fun to watch this progress. So, and then here's the flight timeline as well. We will see ship fuel load go here at T-minus 53 minutes. So the reason we go live now is they do start to chill down around T-minus 2 hours. You start to see kind of the prop farm chilling down and getting ready to load the propellants. It's a pretty big cool down process to chill all the lines leading to the vehicle. So yeah, it's T-minus 53 minutes to ship fuel load. And then ship LOX load is T-minus 48 minutes and 10 seconds. T-minus 41 minutes and 15 seconds is the booster fuel. Shortly after, at 35 minutes, is the booster LOX load. So each the ship and the booster have slightly different start fill times for their propellants, so oxidizer and liquid oxygen and liquid methane. Then we will see the booster prop load will be complete. It's crazy. The ship and the booster will be done right around that 3-minute mark for both of them, which is pretty impressive. At T-minus 30 seconds, we'll expect to hear a go, no-go from the launch director. And then the flame, we'll see the water suppression activated at T-minus 10 seconds. And then we will see Raptor ignition. So that T-minus 3 seconds. So that's what we expect to see today. We'll go over the flight timeline probably later on. But for now, my friends, we have a lot of comments. I just wanted to send a personal thank you to all of you watching here today. I love that we are able to come together, watch the biggest, most powerful rocket flying. How can you not be excited about that? That's definitely what I absolutely love seeing. So it's really fun to be able to be part of this. And again, it's going to be fun for me to be inside the studio here. I am on site. I'm literally, we're at the edge of the exclusion zone here. We're 5 miles away, 8 kilometers away from this rocket. I'm just not going to be standing outside for this one because I've done that. Trying something new, going to have some fun, going to do some tracking. I'm really excited about that. So that's what we're looking at here. One more, I will probably say this a few times during the show because it is a big deal, and I hope that you guys are excited about it. We should probably put up testimonials. We had an awesome testimonial in Discord, literally. I'll try to read that on there or something, but we have, and I want to send you over to a little website that I like to call astrooawards.live. And sorry, I don't think my browser enter full screen. How can you hide the thing? I don't know. Whatever, you're going to see the URL. Sue me. Don't do that. Just kidding. Astrooawards.live, January 17th and 18th, my friends. We are doing it once again. Bigger, better, stronger, faster. Let me know, like in the comments right now. I would love to hear, who do you want to see on a panel at the Astro Awards? We're really excited that, the Astro Awards has become beyond just like a physical awards show where we're handing out awards to recipients in the industry for the most exciting missions of the prior year. But we're also, last year we expanded it out to having Charlie Duke speak. We had the crew of Polaris Dawn. We had, Jack Byer, Scott Manley, Eric Berger, Zyla Foxland, Lori Garver. I mean, people from all around, in the industry coming and speaking and talking about different topics. So what things do you want to hear? Because we're still in the planning phases for, who's going to be on what panel and what panels we're going to offer. I've got some fun ideas, but nothing's totally set in stone. A few are set in stone, but nothing's totally set in stone. So I'd love your feedback. Who do you want to see? And this is the point of the Astro Awards is really to bring professionals and the public together. This is rare because if you look at any other space conference, Space Symposium, IAC, any of them, they're industry focused. They're not focused on us. They're not focused on us enthusiasts. And I know that might not matter as much to the companies, but what they don't realize until they go there. Last year we had people that were working in the industry that were like, I didn't realize how important this was for me just to be able to come here and see this, and celebrate the missions that we worked on, or come here and actually recruit people that didn't realize they wanted to work in the aerospace industry. They get excited, and to be able to rub shoulders or elbows. How do you bump elbows? Rub shoulders? Sure. Rub knees? I don't know what you would say, with the actual people working on these missions and the actual people doing these things. That's what the whole point of the Astro Awards is, to get everyone in the same room, celebrate, have fun. So Austin, Texas, January 17th and 18th. You can buy your tickets, astrooawards.live. Just a heads up that the orbital tickets always have sold out so far almost immediately. Or sorry, the Apogee tickets, those are the ones where we actually do like a small dinner with the people that are talking in the panels, the people that receive recipient awards, an actual Astro Award. So it's like an intimate dinner of about 50 or 60 people. So those are very limited spaces. It's very intimate, a full 3 or 4 hours, in an intimate dinner setting with the rock stars that make up the incredible aerospace community that we're fortunate enough to be involved in. But there's going to be panels on Saturday, a party Saturday night for orbital ticket holders. There's VIP meet and greet opportunities, VIP sitting opportunities. You'll find that if you look at other space conferences, name it, we're focused purely on on you guys, on you coming and celebrating and having fun and making it all about the community aspect and just meeting people, hanging out, having fun. Last year we had an amazing time and it was incredible. This year we're stepping it up even more. So stay tuned, astrooawards.live. Go ahead and get in there. You can see some extra stuff and things like that. So January 17th and 18th, we will see you in Austin, Texas. So yeah, that's just something I wanted to say. Sorry, I will be talking about it a decent amount because it is extremely important to me. A big amount of time, money, sweat, blood, and tears goes into it. Hopefully less of those latter things this year. But let's talk about Starship. That's what we're here for. Obviously, we're here to look at what's going on with this big, shiny rocket. Let's start answering some questions. So I'll mostly be answering questions today for you guys. I'll try to get through these as quick as possible, like always, but sorry if I don't get to your question. But let's start off with our good friend, Jebediah Kerman. When do you think they're going to use Raptor 3? So at this point, they're basically committed to Raptor 3 being on the next launch. There's no more, version 2 hardware left over. They're basically all in on Raptor 2 hardware. So that requires, Raptor 2 is going to be on any of the version 3 ships. They cannot use, Raptor 2 is not compatible with version 3 ships, and Raptor 3s are not compatible with version 2 hardware like this. So, Block 2 booster and ship, you can't stick a Raptor 3 on it. So we will see Raptor 3 on the next launch. And Raptor 3, for those unfamiliar, is that one that looks like it's empty. It looks like it's naked. It's missing half the hardware, but they just integrated the hardware inside of the rocket. So it's not inside the engine. So it's really tightly integrated package, really impressive. And that's going to be, I still think we're going to call it pretty much a you know, it's definitely still in that prototypey stage, but this is what we will hopefully see go to orbit finally. It'll likely require a shakedown. So Flight 12 will likely be a similar flight profile to this. I don't know if they'll go for a catch. They'll probably just want to shake down the vehicle, make sure everything's operating as expected. It's a whole new grid fin package on the booster. It's a whole new, you know, it's new everything. I don't think they're going to go for anything orbital. I don't think they'll go for a booster catch on the first V3. They'll want to make sure it re-enters and handles the way they expect it. So until they can validate that data, I don't think they're going to risk their brand new launch pad that they just spent a year and a half building out, right? So that's what we'll see next. And then after that, once everything's validated and they're happy with how version 3 is flying, hopefully then we will see an orbital mission, or at least see a booster catch. Maybe they'll want to do 2 re-entries, safe re-entries with version 3 before they get kind of the green light to bring a ship back over land, because when the ship comes back and lands here at Texas, it's going to have to overfly a good amount of populated area over Mexico and Texas. So they'll want to probably make sure nothing's fallen off of it, you know, that they have good data, that, you know, it's staying in one piece. And then hopefully we'll see that baby come on back for the ultimate ship catch. The ship catch will be chef's kiss. Like, that's going to be hard to beat, is when the ship is coming back in and you're seeing it re-enter. That will be incredible and land. So it's going to be very dramatic with the belly flop, tail down landing. It's going to be incredible. So yeah, that's what we expect to see. So let's go on to the next one. So why no booster catch from W.H. Wobgen? And again, remember, we just pull comments up if we appreciate the super chats, and it does help us quite literally turn the lights on here. But we'll answer any good questions we see. So this is why no booster catch? So again, they've already done 3 booster catches. At this point, now they know they can catch a booster. This is antiquated hardware. This is old, pointless hardware. Version 2 only can fly on this, you know, Pad 1. Pad 1's going to get, you know, retrofitted or fixed up to become a you know, version 3 pad. There's no point in it. They don't even want to have to like store it and scrap it. And frankly, the data of being able to push its bounds. So again, like, even last launch, they kind of were stressing it. The last 2 launches, they were stressing the booster more than they had been before, trying to find that like upper limit. Like, how far can we literally glide this thing back in for reentry? How far can we literally, you know, yaw this way or roll? Like, what are the bounds? How much can we get off of our, you know, everything, the bending momentum on the rocket, the relight, how late can we relight? All these different things, they're kind of pushing the limits to see what works and what doesn't. And by the way, we are starting to see the tank farm get a little bit more going, so that's a good sign that we are still tracking for a on track. So that's awesome. So yeah, so booster 2, they might as well again test some new things. They're testing a relight sequence for the booster landing, which will do 5 of the kind of the middle and center, the 3 centers and 2 of the outer or middle ring Raptor engines, to be able to test a new landing procedure that they'll use for version 3. And what that'll allow is a quick switchover. If one of the center 3 engines does not light, they'll want to be able to have 2 already lit, you know, that can compensate and shut the opposite one down that's unnecessary. So this gives them options. It's some redundancy built in. It's kind of I like this. This is what I like to see. They're kind of pushing those bounds again of like, how can you make this thing actually reliable and like mission critical airliner, like, what do we need to do? So that's one of those things that they'll be working on that I think is pretty cool. So that's, yeah, what they're working on. This is from Tiggerboy0301. I don't know why the comment does not appear to be loading for me. Maybe that might be a me issue. There we go. From Tiggerboy0301. As someone based across the pond, will the Astro Awards be streamed this year? We are targeting a live stream this year again, thankfully. Last year, the biggest problem was a little bit twofold. We actually were unable to get permission from the city to park our trailer adjacent to the theater because of construction. So we were kind of, stuck with like, how do we even do this? And the reality was we just simply couldn't. This year we are very much targeting that. We're ahead on the parking and stuff like that. So we are working towards that. We still have a little bit of logistics to figure out, but we are planning to live stream the actual Astro Awards. So you better show up online as well, because a lot of people have been asking for that. So thank you for that question. from Brian. Brian Trades, that we're a little early, I think, for a flaming end. You know, stuff could change during the fuel up process. I probably want to do that a little closer to T0. I don't want to risk, you know, I don't want to risk that right now. So, that is true. Andrew did remind that this is a pretty momentous thing that I can actually inspect the pointy end myself. However, I do think I may have disabled this or Colin did or something happened. Let me see if I have control of this again. Maybe I don't. Oh, I do. Look at me go. All right, so we can actually, we'll do one now and we'll do one later. But as you can see here, I'm looking through our tracking telescope here, and it is a pointy end up. And then the cool thing is we can just go on down. Look at that. That is so cool. Pretty incredible. We're able to like do 4K live streams. Oh yeah, and we can also, that's true. I could try out the drift knobs. I'm going to stop and try that out. Is this down? Nope, that's pan. What am I doing? I'm such a rookie. Oh man. Shouldn't have trusted me with this at all. So you can get a sense of how laggy it is. Is that down or up? Let's find out. Oh, Starlink is pooping a little bit. And we'll probably find out here in a second that it is indeed down. I'm just going to go hands off. But anyway, pointy end is for sure up. In a few minutes when Starlink finishes buffering, we'll get a sense on if the flamey end is down. We had Nintendo 64 cam going for a second there, which I did. That's cool. I do actually like the drift knobs. So if I'm smart about this, I can actually slow that down just a little bit. Oh, or did I stop it entirely? I don't know what's going on. Starlink problems. Hopefully that improves. That is actually the one bad thing about relying on Starlink for this stuff now is Starlink gets really congested. Like this node in particular gets quite congested right around launch time. So not ideal for what we're trying to do, but still cool nonetheless. So pointy end is up, flamey end is down, and hopefully you guys get a sense of what that's going to look like. So this is from Al Tibby. Let's go. I had no clue there was a launch today until I got your live notification. Day has now improved tenfold. Go SpaceX, go Starship, go Everyday Astronaut. Well, thank you so much for the tip. Really, really, really appreciate it. From L Tibby. Yeah, I'm excited. This is one of those. I mean, you can't. It's really hard to beat a Starship stream right now. There's actually a chance we might be streaming. If this launches today, I'll likely actually be streaming tomorrow as well for another launch that we'll talk about in a second. But yeah. This is from Stumpy. What's next after Starship gets fundamentals locked down? Orbital refueling, lunar lander. So orbital refueling is a very big deal. I don't know what just happened to the controller there. I like that rapid pan. What's next after Starship? So I think the first thing we'll start to see is Starship or Starlink's deployed. That'll be kind of how they really stress test the whole system. You know, once they're able to confidently, you know, do their own missions, then they'll work towards orbital refueling. But there's a lot of stuff to do between now and orbital refueling. It has to be able to actually fly, get into orbit, re-enter, be reused, and rapidly reused, and have quick turnarounds on the pad. So we're a little ways out from that. I mean, we're a ways out from that being. You know, I always say, forget your mind, like your time when people are like, when. It's like, don't worry about when, worry about what's next. Look at like the list of things that need to be done before this rocket is able to actually fulfill its goals of the moon, you know, landing humans on the moon for the Artemis program, and its eventual like full-on goals of landing humans on Mars someday. There's a lot of steps between now and then, so that's vital and really important to remember that there's a lot of milestones. So the first milestone is once they can catch a ship, and they can successfully catch and refly both the ship and booster. Well, first, once they get into orbit and they're actually able to do proper work with this vehicle, deploying, you know, Starlinks, stuff like that, then we're getting close. And we're like, all right, now we're making progress. Now we have a vehicle that can perform actual valuable work. Then with that, it's about how can we actually reuse this, refly it, make it so all of this cost, you know, the billions of dollars of infrastructure and investment, how can we amortize the costs of these vehicles basically down? And so reflying, the beauty of reflying, you know, the Falcon 9 now has flown over 30 times. They're at 30. They've broken 30 times for a single booster when they were originally aiming for 10. So smash those goals. No one thought that was possible. No one thought they'd even get, very few people thought they'd actually get to 10. That felt like very much like a, you know, like an Elon promise type of thing. And here we are. They're flying over 30 times now. You know, they're in the 30s. So, yeah, I expect a similar thing to Starship where it goes from like, you know, maybe they'll reuse it to like, oh, they could reuse it. Cool. You know, it took them 3 months. That's not rapid to, they got that down to a month and it's flown 6 times now. They got that down to 3 days, you know, and it's yeah, that's it's flown 10 times now. Like, I think that's what we'll eventually see. They're working towards that. They have infrastructure out there. So yeah, that's what I think is next, is really deploying orbital, actually deploying an orbital satellite. That's a big goal. So once we see that, yeah. $50 from Ghostly Prophet. Let's finish V2 launches with a bang. Thank you so much, Ghostly Prophet. Really, really, really appreciate that. Would not mind if everyone said a quick thank you to Ghostly Prophet, because that is extremely generous. That goes right to the Taco Fund. And today we had the Chick-fil-A Fund, so appreciate you. That is fantastic. Mike Hauser, does AI help with tracking? We don't have any automations yet. We probably could and should. I know, you know, as a matter of fact, Mike from NSF, Michael Baylor did, Michael Baylor did an AI thing years ago, an automated solution for an auto tracker, and it was incredible. We would probably should be integrating that into our hardware here. But for now, it's good old humans, you know, haven't been replaced totally yet by the AI overlords and doing things old school. But we probably should, especially as we're trying to like make these streams be profitable, and instead of flying teams of people around and all that stuff, it would probably make sense to do a few more solutions like that, maybe someday. This is from Josh. Does the Falcon 9 use Merlin engines? It sure does. The Merlin 1D is the power plant for the Falcon 9 rocket, and it's an incredible engine. It's very different from Raptor. It shares quite literally nothing in common with Raptor. It's open cycle, so it's not closed cycle like what a lot, you know, the BE-4, a lot of Soviet engines were closed cycle, the RS-25, but it's definitely not full flow stage combustion cycle, which is even more closed cycle because it has both of the propellants fully flow through turbines in the preburner. So that's the beauty of full flow. That's what the Raptor uses. Very different. By the way, you're seeing on screen too, they are re-dredging out the canal between basically South Padre and Starbase. So for our view today from our studio here is a little bit blocked, a little bit, but it's kind of cool. Kind of offers a little depth. It's kind of interesting, especially when you see little people. You see people that are just small in scale because of how far away they are and how big those ships are. And you see them walking, and then you realize, like, oh my gosh, Starship still looks massive in the background there. So, yeah, that's our view today. Not as exciting as some of our closer views. So, thank goodness for these sexy, sexy views. Yeah, that's the Falcon 9 uses Merlin. Raptor is on Starship. Let's see. This is from Non-Playable Character. Thank you so much for your super chat. Has anyone watched a Starship launch from Margaritaville, South Padre? I'm wondering if it's a safe place to watch a launch from with a dog in the room. I don't want to hurt his ears. I think, yes, inside it would be safe for a dog. If you have the windows closed, the dog might get a little bit freaked out. It'll feel like an earthquake. It won't be loud. In fact, even just anywhere around here, like, it's not, if you're outside of the exclusion zone, a regular launch is like not actually that like high decibel, like piercing, you know, it doesn't feel like it's causing any, you know, long-term damage, hearing damage or anything. What it does do is it shakes a lot. So there is like a very low hertz, very low frequency rumble. It would probably be spooky for a dog, but I don't think it'd be like, you know, the world's ending. It's just kind of like a sustained thunder basically. So Margaritaville is an incredible view as long as you have a south-facing room. North-facing room, you're not going to get a good view. But the cool thing is you can always walk out to the beach or walk down to Isla Blanca, which is you know, about a mile away to the tip from Margaritaville. So you can get a little closer by by being down there. But the elevation that Margaritaville offers is awesome. And I think you need to be about 4 or 5 floors up to really get over the buildings in between you. So keep that in mind. Ask for a view. So, Yeah, that's one of the options for viewing a launch. And for those of you that don't know, I do have a link in the description to kind of a how to visit Starbase. I probably need to update that. That was made in 2022. I've thought about maybe doing a little update here on like what it's like to visit Starbase in 2025. If that is something you guys think would be an interesting video, please let me know. This is from Slithery also asking, thank you so much for your 69 months of membership. Nice. We'll do a few pointy end checks. This is a really good view. You get a pretty good sense of where the pointy end is on this. So that's fantastic. Let's keep going here. Wait, we already answered that one. When do we think they'll use Raptor 3? We already talked about that one. Sorry. Are they planning to catch Starship? Nope. So this is basically a same plan as what we experienced for Flight 10. So this is almost the same thing. They're pushing the booster a little bit more, again, with a little bit different relight. They're pushing the ship a little bit more, especially during the subsonic. They're going to be doing some kind of extreme maneuvers to see like how much, can they actually change their trajectory. And I think even during reentry, like during the upper atmosphere, to try to really change. Because remember, if you're actually trying to land back at a specific coordinate that is outside of your standard orbital inclination. So remember, the Earth is spinning. Your orbit, if you're in orbit, your orbit is kind of fixed, relative in space. The Earth is spinning underneath it. So your ground track only crosses, at a close point, even though you'll be crossing over, orbiting every 90 minutes, to actually get a good ground pass over any specific place on Earth, to go directly over it only happens about once a day on your descending node. And again, on your ascending node, because the orbit, if it's at an angle, on one part you're going up, then as the Earth rotates around you to also pass over that same point on Earth going down. But not only that, you also have to factor in the phasing of like, where are you when the ground path is crossing over your orbital line? So I know this is like really maybe getting a little in the weeds, but so basically as your orbital line, your Earth's spinning, that orbital line is going to pass over at basically 1,000 miles an hour. That's about how fast it's moving, 1,600 kilometers an hour, screaming. So there's literally only 1 second, more or less, where you're actually lined up with the orbital inclination. Anything beyond that, you're going to have to make, for reentry, you're going to have to make a few things. Again, if your phasing is out of line, if you're on the opposite side of the Earth when the ground pass passes your landing site, you got to wait until it phases. You got to wait until your 90 minutes lines up with one of those passes on the ascending or descending node. Sorry, this is getting a little nerdy. But then the other thing you have to factor in is that it will never be precisely lined up with both its ground track over the landing pad and the orbital phasing. So your vehicle has to be able to move outside of its original orbit on reentry. It needs to be able to, have some ground tracking, you call that. So to be able to change its trajectory in the atmosphere, using the atmosphere to your advantage to be able to make a pinpoint landing even off of your current trajectory, because you're flying it. You have so much kinetic energy. You're at 17,500 miles an hour. You're at 28,000 kilometers an hour. You're screaming 10 times faster than a bullet. A lot of energy there. So it takes a lot of energy to move off of your trajectory, off of your ballistic trajectory. So during reentry, to be able to glide and move and steer your vehicle to be able to land on a pinpoint landing or be caught by a tower, you have to have this cross-range capability. So they're going to be testing that more than they have. Maybe quite extreme, maybe seeing the bounds. We might see a ship fail today during reentry, but you do expect to see it kind of going at some extreme angles. The space shuttle, for instance, as the space shuttle reentered, in order to really be able to change its, kind of its downrange, how far, so they don't, end up short of Kennedy Space Center and so they don't end up long of Kennedy Space Center. You basically aim long because it's easier to bleed off a decent amount of speed than it is to make up lost distance. So you want to aim beyond Kennedy Space Center when they were landing, or Edwards Air Force Base, or wherever you're landing, mostly Kennedy. And then what they would do is they do these S-turns. So in order to be able to shorten that distance and bring the landing pad, basically down to where they're landing, they would do these S-turns. So if you did just one way, you'd end up kind of tracking way north or tracking way south, depending on which way the shuttle, is turning or banking. So they do S-turns. They'd brake in one way, then brake in the other way. So they kind of cancel each other out, and that reduces your ballistic trajectory to be able to aim precisely at Kennedy Space Center. So the space shuttle's done that. We're going to see something like that today. Look at that bird. We're going to see something like that today with Starship. We'll likely see some maneuvers to change its ground track, and that's going to be exciting. Sorry, that was a big, long, nerdy thing. Thank you guys for appreciating when I go on long rants about stuff. I think that's probably why you watch. That is a really interesting bird. What even is that? If you know what kind of bird this is, if you know this bird, someone, if there's one thing AI has got to be able to do, it's got to be able to tell us what bird that is. If not, and we're seeing a brand new species, I get to name it. I'm calling dibs. I'm going to call it the orange face McFly guy, and pantsless. This is the pantsless edition because he is not wearing pants. He's wearing shorts. What a bird. What a bird. Let's hear what a bird in chat, right? Can I get a what a bird? Oh, what are we doing? Kenneth Johnson, since last time we spoke, I met a girl and she stole my orange everyday astronaut hoodie unapologetically. Great taste, but dangerous. Girl, thanks to you and your team as always. Y'all's production networking is nuts. Cheers. Well, thank you so much, Kenneth. And speaking of production networking, we finally did film. I've been doing a lot of like behind the scenes stuff throughout like the last year of our kind of setup. And now that it's finally like mostly done, because we're never really done, I have been filming. We will release a video before the end of the year of like our setup, especially before it all changes, because we're likely moving out of this studio space here, frankly, because it's expensive and it has a very high monthly cost. And yeah, I'm trying to kind of, again, trim things down, not just lose money when we're streaming. That's kind of defeats the purpose, but makes it unsustainable. So wait, people actually might have the bird's name. I see this, a crested Cara. How do people know that? I didn't even get to name it. I mean, I was going to name it a crested Cara. That's exactly what I was thinking I was going to name it. It is kind of like a Neil guy. If you are familiar with South Texas, you might be familiar with, I think it's like not actually pronounced straight up Neil guy, but it's Nell guy or something weird. They're basically like a antelope ox thing that got like imported here by accident. Now it's like an invasive species, and we almost hit one once at like 1 a.m. Don't ask. I love that we have so many Cara fans. What a treat. What a beautiful, majestic creature. That's actually really cool. Hope it enjoys the launch. But yeah, we will be doing a video. You did not circle wipe away from the bird. I hate this, and I love it. Hey, actually, if you go side by side, we could almost have a bird in the circle watching the rocket. Just a thought. If you can pan that one camera around. This is getting dumb. Oh, crap. Pan your panable camera to the bird. And I think mine is acting a little funny. Let me try. I do need this for... it's just one of those days. Sorry, I'm in a mood of just messing around. So let's see if I have control over my zoomer again. I do not appear to... Oh, I do. But I do appear to have zoom out. Might not be working, so that's not ideal. But I do at least have, I do have tilt control and pan control. Oh, where's the dashboard window? I've never done this before. Is it this? No. Doing so many things at once. Is it under PTZ? Where's that at? I need an adult. Here, why are we doing this on here? I'm just sitting here, just farting around, trying to make too many jokes. Here, we'll look at the grid fins, and then I'll park it off that way, and we'll make it so the bird can stare at the grid fins. I think that sounds like a good idea. Okay, this is so dumb. This is absolutely not working at all. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. Oh, stupid circle swipe. I mean, that'll be kind of cool. A bird between the... Okay, I'm done. I'm absolutely done. Did the bird just leave? Oh, okay, good. Don't scare me. Cara. Okay, anyway. Dave McKeegan. I don't even know what this says. I don't even know what that means. Be glad you have less delays than Edfin. I don't even know what that means. Thank you, Dave. Love you. I don't think I even know that reference. I'm feeling stupid about that. Abdul, has Starship done a proper LEO yet? Nope. We're probably still 2 away. So the next launch will be, this is still a suborbital launch. The next launch will be the first of the version 3 vehicle and booster. However, because it's the first, they likely won't do an orbital launch. I want to, validate the vehicle, make sure it's operating as they expected, and it will probably do the same suborbital stuff we've seen. Probably won't even catch for the first one. And then after that, it'll be game on. So after, hopefully Flight 13 is like game on. That would be awesome. That's what I'm hoping for. Thank you, Dwayne, for hello from Vancouver Island. Beautiful place. Appreciate the super chat. Kier says, is that a blimp floating above the site? Yes, well, it's technically a dirigible. And you can see it here in this view. Thank you. So this is a view from the south looking north. On the right, kind of the right third, you can see some tall buildings. That's South Padre. That's Sapphire condos on South Padre Island. And, whoa, I didn't know this was movable. Is this Ryan? Wow. There you go. Right in the center now, you do see the dirigible. And I think we're probably going to get a tracking cam of it. Is that what he's doing? He's probably trying to get lined up for it. So that is actually for Border Patrol. So they are able to monitor some marine assets and people coming between the United States and Mexico, because just south of this shot is Mexico, basically. So, they want to basically make sure that there's not, people illegally moving people and or things in and out of the country. So that's one of the assets that they use, that Border Patrol uses. So it is a dirigible. And you'll see it, ironically, you'll see it in a lot of the shots, like, and people will be like, is that a UFO? Did you guys see that? And especially because one of the boosters coming into land, you see, like, you see this crazy exhaust, and it distorts it, and it looks really weird. And you see this, like, weird flying saucer looking thing. So that's what it is. Back to bird cam. What's with the balloon? That's what's with the balloon. Chris Gatlin, wait, they're retiring Pad 1 with all the upgrades done to the water deluge system. Oh, yeah. Pad 1 is old news. We are done with Pad 1. Pad 1, you are so old. It's... sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to still be able to track over, and I'll show you Pad 2, but I don't quite know how to do that. I might need some help up here. Maybe if Spencer is free, he can come up here and get it so I can zoom out. And I'll show you Pad 2. But Pad 2, oh, no. How did you even do that? How did you even do that? What is happening? You just chroma keyed the blimp so the bird's looking at it? What world are we living in? This is worse than AI slop. This is just this is actually just art. That is incredible. Sorry, it's a dirigible. It's not a blimp. It's not powered. It's tethered. It's tethered to the ground. That is hilarious, actually. Beautiful. You come here for the art. Speaking of, maybe we should make sure we're still a long ways away from refueling. We're about an hour out from fueling up. But we will start to see some activation here as they start cooling down the lines on the tower. So we'll keep our eyes out on the tower. I've actually still got my camera. Ironically, I didn't mean to park it here, but it is at a pretty good place here for me to be able to tell when they're starting to load fuel. So I'll keep looking at this. This will be my, hey, Tim, wake up. They're doing stuff. They're about to, getting ready to load propellant onto the vehicle. So keep that in mind. L. Tibby, do you think Starship will be ready for Artemis 3 moon landing in 2027? I do not. Nope. I think if we want to land on the moon before China does, well, we already did, 1969. We've been doing this for 50-some years. But if we want to beat them again with a new system, one thing to keep in mind, I'm working on a video about this, actually. I'll have a new video coming out again, by the way, hopefully like next week, if not for sure, 100% before the end of the month. It's in review with the United States Space Force because we worked with them to actually get inside Vandenberg, which is awesome. And we teach you about the range. So I'm really excited about the video because it's one of those videos a lot of people have questions about with, weather scrubs and range and flight termination, all those things. We get all those questions answered. Pretty sick little deep dive. Incredible to have access with, thanks to the Space Force. So we have to get it all approved, which is crazy. I mean, I'm shocked that that's something we can do. So stand by for that. The next one, the one that I'm scripting, though, is about basically like Artemis. How can we fulfill the goals of making Artemis sustainable? That's where we're at. We're trying to make this like 10 times cheaper than we did for Apollo, each mission, and like 10 times more capable. So we're trying to do it cheaper, way more, 10 times more capable and 10 times cheaper. So it's a massive leap over Apollo. And China excited for when they do land on the moon. It's going to be amazing. Like, we need this. We need humanity on the moon. They'll be doing it very much Apollo style. They'll still be doing a 2-launch infrastructure, not a single launch, Saturn V situation. But it's going to be a relatively small lander, basically Apollo 2.0, which is, I think someone should have done this 30 years ago. I think Russia should have done this 40 years ago. Like, I'm glad to see this. I want that. I want to have humans on the moon. However, when the United States goes back to the moon for the Artemis program, we're not going back like the Apollo program. We're going back with the intention of literally being able to live and sustain on the moon. We're landing skyscrapers on the moon. They're going to land a 15 to 20 ton vehicle. We're going to land a vehicle that, when it's fully loaded, is like 1,200 tons. Like, it's not even in the same dictionary. Like, this is just a complete upheaval. So the question being, do I think Starship will be ready for a moon landing in 2027? No, I don't think there's any chance Starship's going to be landing on the moon in 2027. That's my opinion. Eventually, though, here's the thing. Starship is one of those, like, impossible things. Similar to when Falcon 9 was trying to land, and they're trying to land, and people going, this is dumb, it's a waste of time. They'll never get this to work out. Then they finally did, and they're like, okay, you got it to work, but, like, it's not actually going to be, like, cheaper, because you spent all this money trying to make this thing land, and now, like, cool party trick, right? Oh, you reflew it once? Cool. Okay, but, like, once is not worth all the effort. You have to fly this thing, like, 10 times. Oh, you flew this thing 10 times? Okay, now we're kind of getting somewhere. Oh, you reflew a Falcon 9 booster 30 times? That's the thing we're talking about. Is like a massive leap. And Starship is, like, impossible and difficult, and it's not going to work until it does. And then it's just like, oh, well, yeah, now what's the point of anything else? That's what, especially, like, SpaceX is obsessed with that. SpaceX and Elon specifically are like, why would we even bother with, a little side quest for a little tiny rinky-dink moonlander that's good for, like, a little, flag and footprints, kind of Apollo thing, and woo, we already did that. Now, how do you make that sustainable? So that's what we're looking at when we're talking about, Starship as a lunar lander. I'm okay with that taking 5 years from now, because I think it's worth it for that kind of capability. It'll be game changing. It won't even be in the same league as any other option. And it's insanely ambitious. And I think it should take longer. I think Starship should have been the eventuality. I wish that NASA first chose something less ambitious and just said, like, hey, this is our, like, near-term goal. We really would just want to get back on the moon. We want, like, 40 tons landed on the moon. It doesn't have to be, reusable yet. Just get us safely there and safely back with, more creature comfort than Apollo and safer than Apollo. We're going to try to do that by 2027. Here you go, Blue Origin or Dynetics or whoever, good luck and thank you. And then while that's happening, while we're doing that and learning about, what the Artemis program looks like in the 21st century, Starship is working on this massive infrastructure and this huge capability that, is sustainable and game changing. But I just wish we had a little bit of a stepping stone, in my opinion. So yeah, that's what I think. I think you're obviously welcome to your own opinion. Here, I can show you a spreadsheet here. I'll show you just a quick little, get ready for nerd stuff. 1 second, where are we at? Don't share screen yet. I have to find it. Delta V, Artemis. Here we go, Artemis score sheet. Hey, why is it not? Hang on. No, okay. I am bad at computer. So this is something that I'm working on. Hang on, let me try to make it. Hang on. How do I make it so, like? I don't know if I should show this on. Here we go. No, it's still showing. Dang it, still showing the URL. Probably shouldn't have that on screen because someone will screen capture it. So let's not worry about that right now. And I'll just go back. I have this huge spreadsheet that's, like, absolutely ridiculous, that is, like, basically going down with all of the Delta V numbers of every. Okay, you want to key it up. Sounds good. I don't know. I hate that Chrome. How do you even hide the thing? I don't get why it does that. Window full screen. I know I should use Safari. That's what I normally do. This is funny. This is, like, the one time on air that I'm like, I'm gonna use Chrome, because sometimes Safari, like, does a dumb thing. If I have to log in now, oh jeez, give me a second. I'll get this figured out. I am, I'm grandma computer day. No offense to grandmas, they're probably better at computing than I am, but I am just not on it today. Okay, here is a full screen one in 1 second. In 1 second. Okay, here's a little sneak peek of what Tim's also been working on. So again, when it comes to like literally doing a score sheet here of the Artemis program, I'm looking at how much delta V does the SLS Block 1 have, Block 1B, with the full payload capacity. Basically looking at how much extra delta V does it have over a TLI, so getting out to the moon. Does it have extra capability? What if we didn't use Block 1B? What if we used a Centaur V or Centaur 5? I don't know how you're supposed to say it. A GS2 from a New Glenn on SLS. What about version 3 Starship? Can't do a TLI. It's negative. It's because it has so much dry mass with those massive, fins and heat shield and tankage. It's not really meant for that until you refuel it. So we go into all this stuff, including a fully expended Starship, all of the options, including New Glenn, expending New Glenn, doing Blue Moon, doing Falcon Heavy stuff, Starship HLS, Starship Transfer. Yeah, this is, so when you guys are kind of wondering, like, why does it take Tim so long to make videos? It's because I get stuck in, like, spreadsheet land for, like, a week sometimes. Just trying to, like, formulate my opinion and try to, come together on what exactly is happening for stuff like this. So this is not done yet, so don't look at all the numbers factually yet. But that's something that I'm working on. So that's a video that'll come out, hopefully for sure, but by the time Artemis 2 flies, I'll have that up as like a kind of what's next. Is there a stopgap we can do in between Artemis 2 and 3, or should Artemis 3 be, a different option? Should we do SLS 1B with EUS with the exploration upper stage at over $750 million a pop for just the stage? I don't think so, but that's me. So we'll get into that. Yeah. Someone says that's the time. Yeah, we're not done with the spreadsheet yet. We're not done with the spreadsheet. Let's see. Someone say that spreadsheet's not important. What's important is the bird still there. Yes, our beautiful crested carrot. What was it called? Actually, no, I named it. Crested Cara. From El Tibi again. Wait. Oh, we already answered that one. We are on Mad Mover 42. Did Ryan give you a 30-second tutorial on how to track? No, I've had no tutorial. I tracked way back in the day. It is, the latency thing does make this a lot more difficult than I would like to admit. So you're going to have to definitely wish me luck. And it does, if Starlink drops, which it likely will during the shaking and during the launch, then there's a good chance that I'll just be kind of hands off and just commentating anyway. Ziggy wants to know, how's the weather looking for today's launch? Well, I think this actually is a really great shot there that can kind of give you a sense of the beautiful weather today. So last we heard it was 80% go, which is fantastic. We will take that. And circle wipe again. You disgust me. James Byrne, please discuss the aerostat hovering. Yeah, we did already. Sorry, thank you. It's not to the side of the launch area. That's all the way at South Padre Island. Oh, we're seeing it literally right now. How'd you do what? That's 5 miles away, beyond the rocket. So 8 kilometers north of the launch pad. It's just big. Let's see. David wants to say end of pad 1, version 2. How long before version 3? So, in my opinion, I think we're probably looking at February or March. Pad 1 will have to go through a decent testing, or Pad 2, sorry, we'll have to go through a decent testing campaign, which you could see Pad 2, by the way, in that shot, which is pretty cool. You get a sense of how different, you actually see the orbital launch mount is a proper mount now. It's not just a tripod or a stool. I mean, like what we, have for Pad 1. So it's a little bit more of a traditional launch mount, taking all the lessons learned from these 11 launches now and countless static fires, learning all those lessons to implement a hopefully, more robust, quicker turnaround version of the launch pad. So that's what we're looking at. So David, thank you so much for your support. I would say, yeah, February, March-ish, probably hopefully before the end of Q1 2026 would be when we are seeing the first version 3 hardware and Pad 2 being used. Let's see. This is from Gabu. Where has the GOAT John Insprucker been? Miss him on the live feed. I do too. John Insprucker is amazing. And Yeah, I do miss hearing his voice as well. Haven't seen him on streams for a little while now, but yeah, maybe we'll see him someday. Let's see. Oh man. So this is from a user named Remove. When you're talking about the Astro Awards coming up July 17th and 18th in Austin, Texas, go to astroowards.live. Thank you for your suggestion. I want to see Buzz Aldrin, David Scott, Charles Duke, Harrison Schmitt. They are all over 90 now, which are able. So we had Charlie Duke last year. We had Charlie Duke last year at the Astro Awards. So if you didn't go to last year's Astro Awards, you missed out. And we'll be announcing who's exactly coming this year. We have pretty big shoes to fill, having had Charlie Duke speak at last year's Astro Awards. I think that was a pretty big treat for people to be able to hear from, and a lot of people got to meet a human being that has walked on the moon. Charlie Duke's incredible. So his stories were unbelievable. I was having to hold back tears from time to time. So, yeah, I agree. I think it's too bad we don't have like an Apollo reunion of who is alive still today, because it's taken away, and I'm so nervous. My biggest fear is that if we lose all the Apollo astronauts before we have humans on the moon again. We need to see an Apollo astronaut needs to be alive to witness humans on the moon again. Because can you imagine when they were doing this in the 60s and 70s, early 70s, going, I might not be alive to see anyone else land after our 6 missions that landed. Like, I don't think you could have. That would have been the most tragic thing to hear. They would have been like, am I dying like next year? Am I dying early? Am I dying young? Am I dying in my, my 40s or 50s? Like, I don't think anyone would have believed that, 66% of them would have passed away already. So, yeah, really, really tragic. Actually, more than 60, because those are all, I think, Apollo astronauts that are alive, not just the ones that have walked on the moon, but crazy. This is, again, JB, link in the description. We do have a little thing. This is basically a more or less a reflight, a very similar flight profile to what we saw for Flight 10. So, no catch of the booster. The ship's going to be pushed a little bit more extreme. They're doing a different reentry or landing engine ignition for the booster. It'll light 5 engines for. It'll keep 5 engines running after the initial 13 startup. And then they'll shut down to the center 3. Just working on kind of practicing again, like contingencies and backups and ways that they'll be implementing the booster landing for V3. And that's going to be awesome. And then the ship hopefully will have even a more, what's going to be fun is it's actually going to be a very high energy, and spicy looking reentry. So I'm really excited to see that, when it comes to the ship, because hopefully we'll see them push it to the limits even more, which are really fun to see. Zotek, I wonder how white the ship will be after reentry, especially because of the new Crunchwrap design. So, yeah, I agree. Will it be more white, or will it be? There won't be orange, hopefully, although they are leaving some spots bare intentionally, again, to push the limits of the booster. And you'll notice it's asymmetrical. One side has more tiles missing than the other. And hopefully that's a good A/B test for them of like, okay, what's this side of the tank look like when it's completely, normal, and what's this side look like when it's missing tiles, and having that good A/B comparison. Going to be very fascinating, which is also why we might see them lose the ship. So, Paul, what's the point in losing this version? Again, I just said that's the point of, they might lose the ship, and that's kind of the point of these, is to just be able to A/B test, do stuff on hardware that doesn't really matter. Like, this is all just a giant data set, a data collection. We're just trying to see, they're just trying to see, what happens if you're missing heat shield tiles? What happens if we come in at this angle? What happens if we wait later to light the engines? What happens if we miss an engine? What happens if blah, 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 blah? They might as well expand their envelope of knowledge and have less unknowns, because it's the unknowns that'll get you. But if you test an unknown and go, oh, now we know, oh, look at that. It actually survived with this many missing heat shields. Now we started to see some sketchy areas or whatever. So that's why they're still flying this, is because you can still validate a lot of things and get a lot of data, especially heat shield data. Still one of the most extremely important and valuable things. From LTB1, the future, the future Astro Awards should be held at Kennedy Space Center. Could you imagine how cool that would be? We've definitely looked into it. There's a few problems though with Kennedy Space Center as a venue, and trust me, I love Kennedy Space Center. It's one of my favorite places to go. It's easily one of my favorite museums. I mean, Smithsonian Air and Space, Kennedy Space Center, and Space Center Houston are all amazing. I think Kennedy Space Center might be hard to beat because it has so much. Like the Rocket Garden's incredible, and being able to see, I still think it's the coolest display of a space shuttle too with Atlantis. But rant aside, the Kennedy Space Center doesn't really have. I think their biggest room is only like 400 or 500 people, and the Paramount, like we have over 1,000 people attending the Astro Awards. So it's first of all, like it's a bigger event than what Kennedy Space Center can hold. The other big problem, the thing that I don't love, is that it's not like for an event space like this, you can't like go and like walk around or walk back to your hotel. You're out at Kennedy Space Center, and as cool and exciting as that is, it makes it hard. Like if you wanted to take a break or go have a meal, you have to drive 15, 20 minutes. The cool thing about downtown Austin, one of the reasons we chose downtown Austin, is centrally located, so it's easy for people more or less to be able to get to from, at least around the United States. It's a little easier. But the big deal is the Paramount Theater is literally right downtown. So in between sessions, if you want to go grab a snack, you're downtown. There's 50 restaurants within 2 blocks. You can stay downtown. So if you want to be able to celebrate and hang out and maybe party a little bit, at the Astro Awards, like we have that party Saturday night. You don't have to call an Uber or anything. You can just walk back to your hotel. Like that to me is worth it as far as the experience. As this is all about the experience for the people attending, and especially those that are that we're celebrating, that are winning an award. I want this to be like the coolest conference they go to. And to me, being able to walk around, be able to use your time when you're off the clock to still be able to enjoy a city and be somewhere that you want to be, and not have to drive 30, 40 minutes back to my hotel. Now my hotel's just in this like parking lot or whatever, I guess there's like a McDonald's half a block away across an interstate that I would have to walk underneath. Like, I don't love that. When I visit a city, I want to be downtown. I want to be able to, walk around. The walkability. We don't have a lot of walkable cities in the United States. Austin is one, and the Paramount Theater offers that beautiful, like old school vibe. When you think of like an awards ceremony and a beautiful historic theater, that's what the Paramount Theater is. And until we find a better venue that offers those types of things, because obviously Houston's another perfect example. But again, there's not actually a great like venue like that has any of those things we just listed, and they're really expensive. Actually, there are like some cool venues, but they're not in a great location as far as like if you were flying your family in and you actually wanted to do things and you wanted to be able to walk around and see stuff. Yeah, Austin's hard to beat for that. Austin is hard to beat for that. Let's see here. Everyday Space Nerd, do you think we could see Flight 12 before the end of the year? I do not. I do not think we'll see Flight 12 before the end of the year. I think Flight 11 is going to be the last. It'll be at least 3 or 4 months before we see. Flight 11 will be last. I think it'll be 3 or 4 months before we see Flight 12. Yeah. By the way, is Discord, are you guys keeping an eye on any like things from me for X, if there's any announcements from SpaceX or anything? Because I am not paying attention at all. What's the terrible news? That is terrible news, but it's not as terrible as a delayed flight, but it is terrible in the fact that the crested Caracara, has left our presence. Please join me in a moment of absence. Dun, dun, dun. What are we even doing today? What did we get into that? I think we're all just on having some goofs today. Well, now you know. The crested Caracara has left the building. Serpent, thank you so much for becoming a member. Members are awesome. They, again, help make this stuff possible. So thank you so much. Starship 007, still possible 5 starships to Mars, end of 2026, at least one, making it no. Nope. I would say the odds of there being even one starship heading to Mars in 14 months and a half are 0.0001%. The reason I think that, don't call me a hater, I want this to happen more than anybody. I've been watching this program since literally it got announced. I was at IAC in Mexico, in Guadalajara, Mexico, in October of 2016 to see the announcement of what's now called Starship. At the time, it was called BFR. I have watched this program every day. I think there's almost a 0.0001% chance that there is a Starship, even one Starship heading to Mars by the end of 2026, because it requires orbital refueling. Orbital refueling, again, I don't doubt that it'll work someday. I think this is an inevitability. It will absolutely happen at some point. The biggest threshold here, though, is that A, they still haven't gone to orbit. So until they go to orbit and until they reuse a booster in a Starship, we're nowhere. I mean, they have reused. This is now the second booster to be reused. So they're reusing boosters, but until they're rapidly reusing it, like literally landing it, refueling it, and launching again, and have an orbital depot up, have a Mars-capable Starship. I mean, I think we're a long ways away from that. And most importantly, the biggest bottleneck right now, in my opinion, the biggest bottleneck we're facing is the ability to fuel that vehicle up for this rapid cadence. Because they have to truck in literally hundreds of propellant trucks for each launch. Like, if you just think about the logistics of that right there, there's just too much to support. Now, they are working on their own air separator units to be able to provide like on-site oxygen. They are working on, things to be able to get to that rapid cadence. But until they have 4 launch pads and they're launching once a week from every launch pad, this whole orbital refueling thing is almost moot, because you do have boil-off issues in space. You can have shading. You can have cryo coolers with, electric cryo. There's options to help prevent boil-off, but you have to have that rapid flight cadence. And so until I don't think we're going to see, so the big milestone that can get us to either the moon or get us to Mars, because it's basically a full Starship. You have to have a full Starship in orbit. When Starship gets to orbit, it has only a few, dozen ton or whatever it is, I can look at my spreadsheet, of propellant left over, of margin left over. So until we have a fully fueled Starship in orbit, which means orbital refueling has to be active and working and rapidly reusing, the moon and Mars are off the table. That's just like the end of our reach. We can't do it until there's orbital refueling. So in my opinion, we're a ways away from that. And that's fine. I think that's fine. I don't like being like an absolutist. Like, well, they said end of 2026 and they didn't do it, so this whole thing sucks. It's like, no, you can, there's a middle line there. You guys know I'm a big, I'm not like a, what did I used to call it? Not a traditional, what's that word? Like a tribalism. There it is. I forgot about the word because I forgot it even exists because we're all so tribalistic at this point. But like, you don't have to be tribalistic about like, oh, it didn't reach its milestone, therefore it sucks. And it's like, or like the opposite of that would be, well, it's still really great because it did all these, like there's a medium. It's like, yes, this is incredibly ambitious. And because it's incredibly ambitious, things aren't going to always work out as planned. So keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind, my friends. Let's see. Everyday Space Nerd, how are you doing? When do we think we'll see the first ship booster barge over to KSC? Honestly, that type of thing, I have no idea. KSC is a good ways out from having pads, but don't forget, not only are they going to have pads at Launch Complex 39A, they also have Slick 37 on board, which will have 2 pads on a bit, 2 to 4 pads, I think is what they're wanting to do. I mean, there's going to be Starship pads galore, but again, that infrastructure and has to be kept up and built up as much as like the engineering needs to be finalized and finished and fleshed out here with Starship hardware. The infrastructure is actually probably one of the biggest bottlenecks going forward. Let's see. I like how someone said, Tim's a bit dim, believes everything Elon Musk tells him. I literally just went on a long rant about how I disagree that we're going to Mars in 2026. What are you talking about? I literally just had like a 5-minute rant about how we're not going to Mars like in 14 and a half months, completely in contrary to what the official statement is. And then you're saying that I'm tribalism. Have some nuance. Enjoy the gray areas in life. Enjoy the in-betweens. Practice it. Practice having compassion for those that you don't fundamentally agree with, and disagreeing with people that you like, and agreeing with people that you don't like. Like, these can be things you can do, and it's all in the sake of actually having a functioning society. Blake P, how do you think they will keep propellant shield on Starship for long periods of time, such as Mars transfers? I was just starting to talk about that when I was talking about orbital depots. So there's a few options you can do to make sure that propellant doesn't boil off, because obviously the main thing, you're getting radiative heat from the sun. When that comes in contact with something, the propellant inside will start to boil off because it's being conducted through the skin of the vehicle, right? So it's now heating up propellant and making propellant go from cryogenically cooled to boiling, literally going from a liquid to a gas, and it has to be vented out. So you're losing propellant as the propellant warms up. So how do you avoid that? Well, like I said, it's radiatively heated. So there's no air in space, so you don't have to worry about convection. You only have conduction. I might have said convection earlier, in which case, sorry. So all you have to do is actually put like a shield between, or like get the vehicle in shade. And you might go, well, how do you get the vehicle in shade in space? Well, James Webb Space Telescope is a perfect example of how you can have a shield deploy. Maybe we can pull this up here. Blue Origin showed off their solar shield. Actually, this is something I would love for someone in Discord, if we have someone in Discord able to quickly, Blue Origin solar shield. Maybe I can just find it quickly. Blue Origin literally showed off their solar shield that they're going to employ, and their Blue Alchemist architecture, which will be producing stuff on the moon. Hang on, maybe this will... Ew, I don't want to log into Facebook. Here we go. I have this pulled up here. So they are doing something similar to what you saw with James Webb Space Telescope. In order to keep their lunar lander from boiling off, and they're going to have a translunar depot as well, they have to have a multi-layer, like mylar sheet like this, a system that prevents the radiative energy from, creating boil off in the rocket. So yeah, so they're working on that. That's one solution. The other solution that Blue Origin also is working on is a cryo cooler. So they're literally using electric power from solar, and they're going to be recondensing and continually cooling down the propellant on board. So that's how you can prevent boil off. It requires solutions in order to do that, and we'll have to see those employed. If we want to see a depot, an orbital depot for Starship, it's going to have to employ some of those tactics. You're going to have a solar shield. You're going to have to probably have a cryo conditioner. It's going to take, a lot of cool tricks, and that's the stuff. Those are the things that I love about engineering, is that someone out there right now is working on those solutions. Even more exciting to me is like learning how to get propellant off of another world, like in situ resource utilization, or ISRU, to be able to like literally take regolith, pull out and extract, the water molecules in the regolith and turn that into propellant. Because if you have water, you have, obviously water is made up by hydrogen and oxygen. You can actually use the Sabatier process to combine that with carbon to make methane, or you can just use it as hydrogen. So like you can literally get your own water from the surface of the moon, get your own oxygen to breathe. If you're a hydrogen powered vehicle, again, like Blue Origin's doing with the Blue Moon architecture, you can get your own fuel from the moon with hydrogen. Yeah, really exciting. To me, that's really, really, really exciting stuff. Let's see. This is from JP Flores. Thank you so much for the super chat. And Drock Richards, let's light this candle. Thanks for the coverage, Tim and team. Well, you're welcome. Thank you again for all of you tuning in, and thanks for the support, long-term support, especially for YouTube members like this and Patreon supporters. I can't wait to show you guys the tour of the trailer and the whole what it takes to run a production like this. We typically have anywhere teams from 5 to 8 people. Today we're running a little bit of a skeleton crew. We only have 4 on site? ? Which is about as small as it gets for us. So it takes a massive amount of effort to be able to do these streams for you guys. So always appreciate when it doesn't go unnoticed. It really does mean the world to me. We've spent a lot of time and effort and money to make these streams possible. So passion, it's a passion project, and you guys are funding that. So can't wait to show you what it's all about. Let's see. This is from Akumitsu asking, why are there tiles on the steel side? So the leeward side of the flaps. And you can see that here on my tracker. You kind of see, you can see some tiles randomly placed on the back side of the flaps. So those are basically just to be able to test, like, how well do these things hold on in different environments. You know, we'll have a negative pressure, we have different airflows, we have different temperatures. Might as well place these tiles kind of all over the place, get a sense of what's working, what's not, test different mounting methods on non-critical parts of the ship, have again, a kind of a neutral, you know, like an A/B test. You want to have your control. So this could be a type of control where, oh, look, it's behind the heat, where the steel is not going to expand in the same way. How does this hold up? Like, there's just so many little tests that you can do. I don't know the exact purpose of these tests either, but the fact that they do them is really exciting to me. So that's kind of what that is. From Robert Allen 50, thank you so much. Hey Tim, we met last Astro Awards at dinner. Yes, you made me a great video for my daughters on my phone. Do you think V3? I remember that. Thank you for saying hi, and thank you for attending Astro Awards. That is incredible. Do you think V3 will finally have missions capable and capabilities in line with the original Starship payload goals? So yeah, it's getting closer. Version 3. So it changes all the time. Let me see what my calculations say, because I have pretty good numbers on stuff, and I'm pretty happy about that. And you can't fudge the numbers. Where did that go? What did I do? How do I can't internet today. What is going on with me? My interneting skills are evaporating. Anyway, I think it'll get closer. I think we'll hopefully be able to see over 100 metric tons of payload capacity. Maybe not quite 150 yet for version 3. But I think it'll be around 100, 120 might be what I had calculated for a reasonable goal. So they'll hopefully be able to trim that down, make this thing leaner, meaner, fighting machine. Let's see, how many tons to start? Speaking of leaner, meaner, it's over 5,000 metric tons, because the ship is about 1,200 or more fully fueled, and the booster, I think it's like 1,500 and 3,500-ish. Give or take, about 5 million metric tons. So almost 10, 12, 11 million pounds. Right? Someone check my math. Again, my brain just is not working as well today. Let's see. Oops. Weather's looking good. As you can tell by this shot, weather's looking fantastic. From H.W. Wogman, wants to know, would you prefer the private or the public sector to lead space exploration, colonization, etc.? So it takes both. It takes both. People are so quick, again, not to say you're being tribalistic here, but it's easy to just say this or that. And it should be a yes and. The reason is we now have private launch capabilities, right? Incredible. I mean, the private sector has absolutely cracked the code on making, reusable space flight happen and make it the cheapest, most reliable option. I mean, Falcon 9, not to, just go on a SpaceX rant here, but I mean, it's, again, they're landing boosters 30 times. A single booster 30 times. Reusing it. What are we? That's not even in the realm of that's just crazy to me, right? So the private launch industry has a financial reason, there's a competitive reason to be able to have the cheapest launch costs. And especially for SpaceX, they want these launches to be cheap enough to be able to power and launch Starlink. Because the cheaper they can launch Starlink, the greater the profit margin is on Starlink, right? So they have a big incentive there. We don't need the government building rockets, in my opinion. That's old school. And especially when SLS was, kind of thought of and planned and all that stuff, at the time, there was, if you had told in 2011 or 2012, 2013, when SLS was being written down on paper, if you said, hey, wait, let's just wait. Let's wait 10 years because there will be a vehicle twice as powerful as SLS built by a private company that's just working on it on their own, basically. They would have laughed and said, stop. That's fictional. And in fact, if you had said, hey, we're working on that, we'll have that heavy lift capability and super heavy lift capability in 10 years. No, too ambitious, no reason for it. And here we are. We literally that's the biggest thing to me with the Artemis program and SLS is people say, SLS is the only way to get Orion to the moon. Sure, but the lift capability of Starship is off the charts. It's in a different league from SLS. If you just expend a Starship alone, you're like at over, I forget what it is. Again, my spreadsheet already closed it, so I'm stupid. It's over, I think it's like 100 tons TLI or something. No, it can be 100 tons TLI with another kick stage. But it's still something like, 60 or 70 tons on a TLI. So more than Saturn V with an expendable Starship. Now, they don't want to expend Starship because you're throwing away hundreds of millions of dollars of hardware versus tens of millions of dollars of propellant or whatever it is. So that's where I think, sorry, this is a long rant about public-private. Private has launch solved. We have propulsion solved. We have incredible rocket companies that are profitable and launching. We don't need to fund that anymore. The thing that needs to be funded is the science. Science on its own is there's not always an ROI. Like, what's the ROI for a company studying the radiation of Jupiter? I don't know, probably nothing. There's no incentive for someone to build, a bespoke spacecraft that can go out to Jupiter, study its radiation fields, and study the moons of Jupiter. Like that, what's the profit? What's the profit model on that? If you can make a profit model, go ahead, be my guest. Make your own private spacecraft for deep space and for, studying Venus and going to an asteroid, returning bits of an asteroid. That will happen someday, by the way. That will be a thing, but we're not there yet. We still need government funding for purely the sake of exploration and science. We need to be able to have this ability, because that's what got us here in the first place, right? That's what got us into this technological breakthrough revolution era that we're in. Computing and all these things that we have in our daily lives are because of that pursuit of science and exploration and spying, mostly spying. But I'll regress. More or less, governments need to be funding the science exploration. James Webb Space Telescope, Hubble Space Telescope, TESS, all of these, Juno, Europa Clipper, all of these missions that are out there, Cassini, and imagine Voyager 1 and 2. If we didn't have that, think about how much that shaped our knowledge and our even pop culture and our society is these one-off bespoke missions that cost a lot of money. Don't even get me started on, Curiosity and all that stuff, landing on Mars. Let's push his glasses up. There's not a profit model for that. That's what I want NASA to be doing. And that's why it's really scary that currently there's the president's budget request is 47% cut in NASA science, which would quite literally have the risk of turning off up to 41 active satellites and active missions. You know who relies on those? People go, oh, who cares? We might not be able to, There's a few things here. Sorry, rant time. There's a few things here. First off, I think us space fans think the idea of turning off hardware is pretty stupid. You can't turn it back on and be like, oh, we just turned it off for a year. No, once it's done, it's done. So that's wasteful. That's wasteful spending. Wasting assets. The big one for the average person is how else are we going to study asteroids and Earth-ending asteroids? Oh, wait, no, that's not the biggest one. I'm sorry. You know who's actually the biggest user of Earth-facing satellites? Farmers. Have you ever heard of them? They prop up our economy. My grandpa was a farmer. We still own a farm in Iowa. The number one users of Earth-facing satellites are farmers. Literally try to utilize a John Deere tractor and have all the satellites turned off that help farmers predict everything from their yields with droughts and rain and all the topography and the GPS. Go ahead, turn it all off and try farming again like it's 1946 in today's economy. If you do that, we're losing big time compared to other countries. Don't turn those satellites off. Those are things that are public tools and resources that the public gets to lean on. Weather. Have you ever been worried about a hurricane or a tornado or a forest fire, wildfires? I don't know. I think that's pretty important to fund. Where's the profit model on that? There might actually someday, again, it might be cheap enough for a company to come in, we have Planet, who has incredible Earth-facing satellites. They're starting to get to the point where their data is valuable to farmers. They have a subscription service. Here you go. You can have the best weather predicting, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, long rant. For now, it still takes both. And I always want the government funding to go towards the things that the private sector cannot do. And the things that are not necessarily a direct ROI. Science, exploration, advanced propulsion, things like that, right? Just Earth observation and looking out for Earth-ending asteroids. I still think that's important, and I want that. That is my that is my, yeah, my little rant. And the cool thing is that the private industry helps make that better and cheaper and more sustainable and do more science. With the decrease in launch costs that has happened from the private industry, guess what? We all win. It brings the costs down. When that's a major factor of these launches, is how much it costs and these missions. Well, are we hearing a helicopter right over us? Is that helicopter listening to music? It's up. There's a party bus out there. What is going? Where? Which mic is that on? Oh, that was wonderful. I don't know. Was that on air? I hope that people got to hear. I don't know how that happened. Probably off the deck here. Anyway, that's my rant. What was I talking about? Let's keep answering questions. We have 1.5 million. From Demon Ripper, is there any news from the decommissioned oil rings? So yeah, SpaceX actually ended up scrapping those like a long time ago. We finally have tower venting. Finally. I mean, this is probably like right on time. I'm just not paying any attention because I'm ranting today. Oh, look at that tower vent. That means they are chilling down the propellant lines that go from the tank farm into the rocket eventually. So that's a good sign. That's good. We want to see that. We do want to see that. Party copter. Yeah, so Demon Ripper, they did decommission and they did actually end up scrapping those oil rigs. They'll probably get right back at it here. I think that was just a little bit of cart before the horse or whatever. Cart before the horse? Sure. In my opinion. I think you don't want to have those oil rigs active until you have this thing flying 100 times a year and it's becoming a public nuisance. But you have all the kinks worked out on how to actually fly it, land it, refuel it, and you're not out there having to wrench in between every launch. Rogue Flotilla became a member. Thank you so much. Let's see. Mark G wants to know, I have a family member who lives in Cocoa Beach, which is near the Space Coast. What are the chances of him seeing the rocket with a space jellyfish? So today, I don't know if there'll be from all the way on the east coast of Florida. I don't know. I don't know if you'll see the space jellyfish. The lighting will be pretty darn close though to perfect for that. By the way, if Spencer has a minute to come up here and fix my tracker, it's super out of focus and I'm afraid to touch things, and I don't have zoom control anymore. So if he has a minute, that'd be great. But on West Coast, I think you'll be pretty close to be able to see a glint. The thing is, the jellyfish effect isn't going to be that massive with Starship because it burns a lot cleaner than RP1. However, I don't think we've seen a proper starfish or jellyfish from Starship yet, really. We probably did on Flight 6. It might have got kind of jellyfishy. Anyway, yeah, I think the odds are pretty good that it'll be dark enough in Florida to be able to see some of that, and hopefully Starship will be up at a high enough altitude. So, Philip Moyer, what's the barrage balloon doing there? Yeah, we talked about that one already with the balloon. It's always there. It's a dirigible that's way up north from the pad on South Padre Island. It's there as a marine asset to be able to, especially with Border Patrol. Segment 9, me and my dad like to watch your space videos over Christmas. So do you have any plans for a new movie? Yes, a new video is coming out by the end of the month. Then I will likely have 2 or 3 videos before the end of the year because it's crunch time, baby. And also hopefully new music out by the end of the year as well. If you happen to be someone that is on Instagram, follow Everyday Astronaut Music. Not just Everyday Astronaut, find Everyday Astronaut Music. I've been posting some teasers of the new album, so kind of playthroughs and fun stuff like that. That is something that I've been working on like on the weekends and at nights, is trying to finish up the album. Going to be tracking drums in November. Really, really excited for that. So putting a lot of effort into it because it feels good. It's just one of those, this is a for me thing. It can be a for you thing too, but yeah, I'm just really excited to play. It just feels really good. So in the meantime, I do have a lot of videos coming out that are, I would say, easier than what I have been working on. So stay tuned for that. David wants to know who has a dredge cam. We have a dredge cam. We do. Uh-oh. We're losing connection, huh? I think Starlink's not holding up very well today. We do have Spencer. You can see his arm slightly off camera and his face, also known as Twin. As you can tell, we're not twins. Someone saw a picture where like it was a group picture. Like, why is every astronaut in there twice? Pretty fun. Hey, there we go. I don't know what's going on either. It's not like the normal dashboard screen. I don't know where that is. You know what I mean? We might need help. I don't know. Anyway, I'll keep answering questions. How much wind can the stacked Starship withstand when it's mounted to the OLM? I don't have that answer at all. That's something that, again, we're kind of talking about in the video with the range. It's just sort of some of those ground winds things, and it varies rocket to rocket. We don't have those numbers. It's probably above, you know, the good thing when it's clamped and when it's being held on by the arms, by the chopsticks, the quick disconnect, I'm sure it's a lot higher, but that's one of those limits is like they're not even going to open up the arms and stuff unless the wind conditions are good. So did it actually get in focus yet, or is it still? I think it actually slipped out of focus somehow, and I don't know what happened. Yeah, I don't know why the back focus would get messed up, but I'll play around with it. So it's that. Okay. I see that. I'll work on it. Yep. Thank you, Spencer. I want to say thank you, Spencer. Let's see here. Yeah, we don't have an exact number, but probably 20 to 30 kilometers an hour, maybe more. Actually, ground winds for Space Force, they're talking about 33 mile an hour, actually. So that'd be like 47 or whatever kilometers an hour, almost 50 kilometers an hour. Our clock paused, or the clock paused. Oh, yeah, we have that SpaceX clock that we should be relying on. I forgot about that. I forgot we have a thing.com. Oh, hang on. I need to update the clock. Because it is clocked at T-1, or it is paused at T-1 hour. What am I thinking? I forgot all about that. Okay, hold on. For now, I'm just going to hide the T0 clock. So sorry. Currently, and then I got to remember how to do a hold. Launch on hold. We'll wait until we get an update, but that is where we're at. Now we do have a, 45-minute launch window today. Cool, thank you. Yeah, we're technically at a T-1 hour and 2-minute hold. We'll see if SpaceX says anything about that hold. Yeah. In a hold. Yeah, there is. Yeah, they have not. Yeah, fuel loading and fuel and LOX load doesn't begin until at earliest T-minus 53. Well, T-minus 53 minutes. So we're not loading onto the ship yet. So I don't know if they're working an issue or what exactly the deal is there. But that is important to take note of. I'm going to see if I can get this kind of back in order here too. Let's see. And yeah, I mean, the tower venting is still a good sign because it means they haven't totally gone for a scrub yet or anything. So yeah, we will have to see. That looks more in focus, I believe, as well, right? We're relatively happy with that. Yeah, a little glonky, but it at least looks like it potentially is in focus, so that's important. Well, we'll keep an eye on that again, and we'll just so you guys know, we won't go anywhere until we know what's going on. And importantly, when SpaceX actually does their official hosted broadcast, we do bring them in on air as well, so you don't have to go anywhere. You can just keep it on here, and you'll be able to be as up to date as we are. Interesting. The SpaceX stream, SpaceX just said they are go for prop load, so hopefully we'll see that clock reset here relatively shortly. And that will be a good... So maybe they just did a few-minute push. Okay. Go for prop load. Reposting that. We are... Yeah, the clock still hasn't moved. But that's a good sign. Go for prop load's a good sign. Maybe they just were double checking one thing. It is moving. Okay, let me see if I can. Even refreshing the page, I don't see it. Okay, so I'm gonna have to find a new T0 time, by the way, once we have a T0 on there. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, I'll answer some more questions. These are always the fun parts of streams, is learning live what's going on. So thank you guys for sticking around and trying to figure out what things happen. Let's see. Mark, if this launch gets delayed to around 7:05 or 7:10 p.m. Central, could that affect the launch of the Falcon 9? So no, they have completely separate teams now. Like the Starship team and the Falcon 9 team are completely separate. We don't even have to like think and consider that anymore, really, the conflicting. And as far as space goes, completely different like inclinations, completely. I don't even think if you absolutely had to, you could get those two things to collide. Yeah, very different inclinations, very different launch sites. Starship is at full altitude already by the time it's passing over Florida, more or less. And yeah, it definitely doesn't have the only risk. What is John Krause saying? Oh, Krause said there might be a jellyfish, so that's exciting. Oh yeah, because John Krause has that willatjellyfish.com or whatever he made. Hang on, let me see if I can get this. Thank you, John, for... I love when John's explaining stuff. Here we go. So Krause has this that he posted on X. So if you don't know who John Krause is, yes, you do. You just don't know it. Everyone knows John Krause. Incredible rocket photographer extraordinaire. Also the photographer that does stuff for Polaris, the Polaris program and Inspiration 4. So an incredible person, good friend. Reminder, Starship may produce a visible but subtle, because remember, it's methane, methalox, so it's not going to be as bright and as sooty as RP1 is. Jellyfish effect low on the horizon from Florida during Monday's launch of Flight 11. Based on my Jellyfish Calculator app's prediction, forecast times in Eastern time for the Space Coast are, yeah, if a T0 is right at 6:15, so that is officially moving, as we know. Very likely, though, between 7:18 and 7:40. So, yeah, if it's moving in that direction, it's definitely moving towards that direction. The clock still hasn't moved yet, but considering right now, if the clock has moved, looks like we have a T0. I don't think SpaceX is... Okay, let's do some math. Oh, no, live on-air math. My nightmare. Okay, so 6:23-ish appears to be the new T0. So I will work on that, fixing the clock here. 6:23. We might be off by a tiny bit, but we will get this in here. Oh, man, that is tiny. Hang on. Okay. And it's no longer on hold, so give me a second. Oh, what am I doing? I can't computer today. No, not hold. Where is this? What did I just do? Again, I sincerely need an adult to help me here. 50 minutes. No, not 50. Okay. I might need Mary Liz to be able to do this on air, because I am not seeing the actual clock. Launch time override. What is going on? I don't know what just happened. I think I messed something up, and now it's messed up. Okay, Mary Liz, if you're watching, maybe we can ping her. She is in charge of trying to get the T0 clock to line up with the everyday with SpaceX one, which appears to be about 6:23 p.m. So 23:23 UTC. That's fun. 2323. Okay. Okay, we'll get that fixed. We'll get our T0 clock fixed. But in the meantime, cool. Okay, let's go back to some questions, because that's what we're here for, is to answer questions. So, Red says, "Hey Tim, is Falcon 9 on the same testing track for reliability for commercial human space travel to something like the ISS after its 400th launch landing? Is Falcon 9 on the same testing track for reliability for commercial human space travel to something like ISS after its 400th launch and landing. I don't quite know how to... So, yeah, I don't quite know what you're saying. It's on the same testing track for reliability for commercial. So don't forget, they're already launching humans on Falcon 9. It's no longer really in a testing track. Like, they stop iterating. You know, once they're flying humans, it's kind of like, hey, stop messing with something that works. But they've flown, you know, what are we at? We're at like crew. They've flown something like 16 or 17 or 18. I don't even remember. Human launches already. Orbital missions on Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. It is in a different ball game than what we're at right now with Starship. It's a reliable workhorse that's out there kicking butt. And yeah, that's important to remember, is that Falcon 9 is a workhorse. It's out there doing awesome things, and it's different than what Starship is doing. So keep that in mind. Let's see. Let's keep going. From S. Childs, opinion on SNC Dream Chaser NASA contract, will it ever fly? Oh, it's heartbreaking. So basically, NASA told Sierra Nevada that they don't need that the first launch of Dream Chaser is not going to the International Space Station. They have the option of cargo resupply missions with Dream Chaser. And if NASA's saying that, I just can't imagine that's a good thing. I have a hard time imagining how that could be a good thing. So very sad, because I am a very big fan, actually, of Dream Chaser. It's basically like a baby space shuttle, and I'd be very sad if it never gets to fly, or if it only flies once. Like, it's a really cool concept, especially being able to land anywhere at any normal runway is huge. So we'll see. Let's see here from Jonas Hedberg. Greetings from Sweden. I was on site in Florida, July 23rd, 1999 for Space Shuttle Columbia launch. Coolest thing I've ever done in my 58-year-old lifetime so far. That is awesome. Yes, I did see a space shuttle launch. I happened to be, get this is crazy, and I didn't realize it until way later. When I was a kid, I think I was probably about 5 or 6 years old. My family went to Florida, went to Disney World, did the whole like classic thing. We went out to Kennedy Space Center. Oh, by the way, big event there. So hopefully that's in line with getting ready to load prop onto the rocket. So I don't exactly remember what we did over here. But I did lose a lot of those things. Shoot, I lost my focus again. If Spencer can come up here one more time. Yeah, the problem is our camera keeps power cycling. Oh, there we go. I do have this again, though. I found it. Okay. I'll at least try to fix the focus. It'd be nice to have this option now that we're seeing venting. I would love to be able to keep along with it. Yeah, but the whole system kind of keeps power cycling. Or our connection does. That's just not ideal. Not making it easier. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, I happen to be... What was I? I'll tell you a story. I'm not doing a good job hosting. I was in 5th grade on a family... Not 5th grade. I was about 5 years old on a family vacation in Florida. We went out and saw the space shuttle on the launch pad. And then later, when we were at the hotel, a few days later, whatever, in Orlando, I remember we watched a space shuttle launch. And on TV, we actually went outside and tried to find it in the sky, and you could see it. And it's like, whoa! I remember that. Looked back later, like, 5 years ago or 6 years ago, through my family album, and looked at the dates of those, when those photos were taken. That was the launch of Hubble. I saw the launch of Hubble as a kid and didn't even, like, that's the one space shuttle mission I ever saw. It wasn't there close, so I don't have that experience of it, like, shaking and, seeing it up close, but I remember that. I remember going outside to see this space shuttle launch and just thought it was really cool. Yeah, it's really weird. That was the launch of Hubble. What are the odds of that? Let's see. Troy, thank you so much for becoming a member. Everyday Space Nerd wants to know, how close are we to completion of Launchpad 2? It's getting better. I'd say we're still... The pad itself probably seems to be a month or two away from, proper activation based on just rough estimates. But the big holdup then is it's kind of a race between what's going to be ready, the vehicle or the pad. It looks like the pad's going to be ready before the vehicle is. And by the way, we're getting... Yeah, we are... getting real close here to actually seeing prop load. Sorry, we don't have the T0 time, but we are T-minus 52 minutes and 30 seconds. So we should be seeing prop load. Yeah, I don't know what I did. I feel like I did absolutely break the clock. And I have no idea what happened. No, I just used the... Well, hang on. Is this correct? Nope, that's not correct. Why is that off? That says plus 1 hour, but it says it's the right time here. Oh, no. I'll get out of your clock. Okay. Anyway, hopefully that'll get fixed here in a second. We will be seeing prop load here anytime. So once the venting on the tower stops, that means that propellant is beginning to flow into the ship, and that is great news. That is awesome. If this just launches right away, day one, I'm all for it. Always happy when that happens. Let's make it happen. Let's see. This is Seth Brown. Yeah, doing a 2025 update on Starship, or how to visit Starbase. I want to take my 11-and-a-half-year-old son. I'll try to do that. That's on my to-do list, and I actually have a special guest lined up that might want to do that with me, who I think would be fun to have. Let's see. Are there big visual changes on ship and booster for this launch, Mr. Green? No. It more or less looks a lot like Flight 10. So in fact, Booster 15 flew on Flight 8. So this booster doesn't look anything different than what we've seen before. The ship, the main difference is the heat shield's more or less standard operational, with some missing again for testing. But otherwise, you'd have a hard time telling this between ship 38 versus 37. Let's see. Thanks for reminding me today about this launch. You're welcome, Bedroom Engineering. Thank you for the super chat. More people need to know about Titan's Dragonfly. Yes, Dragonfly is one of the most... That's one of those missions when we're talking about public versus private. Like, we're going to be sending a nuclear-powered drone to Titan. And to me, that's one of the most exciting missions. Just flying around Titan, which is a methane moon, you know, with liquid lakes of methane, is like one of the coolest, most exciting missions. And the fact that they, like, the hardware is coming together, and it's going to be, that's just going to be one of the most incredible missions. And hopefully we just learn so much. We learned so much. Let's see. Wants to know if is our award show going to be continuous? If so, who has your interest? I don't quite know what continuous means in this manner, and my interest. I mean, I think the industry has our interest now, because they even listed, NASA listed when they when Anna Menon, who flew on Polaris Dawn, her official NASA accolades, like, or accolades, there we go, not accolades. Her official NASA accolades list the fact that she has an Everyday Astronaut Astro Award in her, like, bio as an astronaut, as a NASA astronaut. Like, that's awesome. So the fact that, like, and I've even seen, you can see in, like, backgrounds of interviews we had with Elon Musk, you see an Astro Award there on the shelf in the background. And you see, I almost gave away a little secret. You'll see another Astro Award in the place in the near future. Caught myself. Good work, Tim. Jake Grafton. Next time we talk to Elon, will you please ask him to buy the rights to Kerbal Space Program? SpaceX creating a new Kerbal Space Program would rock. It really would. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the guy doesn't really, he's got enough things on his plate that I don't think he's really caring too much about that kind of stuff these days. But I would love that, because I want Kerbal. Then again, have you seen Kitten Space Agency? That looks awesome. It's like the spiritual successor, I believe, to Kerbal Space Program, with a little more realism and, like, just a way massively overhauled physics engine. So it seems like it has a lot more capabilities. From L to B, welcome to the Everyday Ornithological Society. Behold our mascot, the pantsless orange-faced McFly guy. I think that's a better name than Crested Cara, or whatever we said. I might be biased though. Jose, thank you so much for the super chat. And also Barry Cook. Tim, is the land version of the NCC Raptor with a wingspan of 47? Oh, hang on. Tim, is the land version of the NCC Raptor with a wingspan of 42 to 52 inches? And Tim smarts, that would be in miles. I think, thank you. I think that's a very big compliment you just gave me. Sometimes I feel like I'm on a different planet. I don't know what that says, Barry. Thank you so much. And Tim Smarts, that would be in Miles. Someone help, please. Someone help. Discord. Okay, let's keep going. Let's see, from Ozzy Mandias, thank you so much for becoming a member. You're awesome. From Kenneth Johnson, amazing dynamic and static shots will pay much for a re-release of the orange hoodie. Tim, Jess, Flight, Ryan and team, and Minions, unbelievably good job, especially with reduced resources. Send a hoodie or more bird shots. Oh, thank you so much, Kenneth, and thank you for the super chat. Man, I think, maybe someday we'll re-release the orange hoodie, but you got to pay attention to what's out there, because I feel like people don't realize how cool things are until they're like gone. So that's a little shout out here for everydayastronaut.com/shop, because don't forget, we have the Apollo collection, which you might not see me wear as often. I don't know why. I'm wearing it constantly in my real life. Like, this is my day to day. But we do have like these incredible hoodies. Like this hoodie, I don't know if you realize this. I don't talk about this kind of stuff more often. The fact that we literally like do this stuff, they're not print on demand. There's so many details in our merch that's like hilarious. Like the literal things that are on the Apollo A7L hoodie or on the spacesuit, including a checklist. Like on the back, look at this checklist on the arm. I don't talk about this stuff on air, and I should. We have the nerdiest space merchandise because it's like literally what's on spacesuits, but in merch form. Like I said, I don't think to remind people that like our hoodies aren't just like, this is cooler to me than the orange hoodie. This is like my absolute favorite hoodie. I'm always nervous to wear it though, because I feel like I spill on it all the time. But there's so many little details, and then when this one sells out, you'll be like, hey, wait, what happened to that Apollo hoodie? And we just do limited runs of these things. We're not out there trying to have a 2,000 collection of these things. Same with even like this Apollo hoodie. It's incredible. And tons of details again. Okay, I accept privacy or whatever. I don't know. Like, there's just so many like extra little details to our merch. It's not just print on demand. These are like, this is puff paint. Do you guys even know that puff paint exists still? We have puff paint on the logo, and I think that's like the coolest thing ever. You can feel it. Like when I was a kid, there was like &1 shirts that always had puff paint. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. So guess what? Our merch has puff paint because I find it exciting. This was a big popular request. We have this orbital shirt, and for a while it's just been black, but I secretly had these like other colorways, and people saw it online that I was wearing this like kind of this green one, and then I have this like off-white one. The cool thing about these is we hid, again, nerdy little details. We hit all these orbital parameters on the shirt, like so you actually see like the low Earth orbit versus geostationary orbit versus medium Earth orbit versus translunar injection. All the stats for like different orbital velocities are baked into that shirt. So we also have that in kid sizes. We have new kid stuff. Our Mercury rockets are almost sold out. I actually have those here. There's a lot of stuff on here. I didn't even know that I didn't even talk about that we have long sleeve dress wear. I don't think about this stuff that often, yet like whenever I do talk about it, people are like, oh, I didn't know that exists. It's like, yeah, we've had this for like a year. How did I not tell? If you're one of those people that wears long sleeve dress shirts instead of the short sleeve like we have, guess what? We've got you covered now. And their little heat shield. They're heat shield tiles. We have Raptor engines. People don't even know that we do this, and I'm so bad about telling you that we have a whole dress wear line of nerdy rocket shirts with little tiny Raptor engines. Yeah, sorry, rant. This is actually one of my favorite ones. In fact, we have little baby grid fins on this shirt. Grid fins. You can wear grid fins to work or a wedding. I do every time I go to a wedding. I'm done talking. Everydayastronaut.com/shop. That's probably the most fun way to support what we do. And next time, just get it now before you're like, hey, Tim, why don't you restock the orange space shuttle hoodie? Because that's like 3 years old now. We keep moving. We keep moving. We do runs of this stuff, and then we're done. So get it now. Yeah, otherwise, because now it's like vintage. The reality is that we just want to keep things, not stale. I'm double checking. Hey, our clock appears to be back, and it's synced, by the way. Let's hear it from Mary Liz and Jeffrey, who worked on that. and Spencer and Andrew. Okay, let's hear for everyone but me who worked on getting our clock back. Thank you all so much. Okay. This is from Johnny. Is Starship too top heavy to land on the moon? No, I mean, top heavy is not great if you land at an angle, but if you have landing legs that have the ability to self-level, kind of a moot point. Who cares? The other big thing is as long as your landing velocity is straight down, and SpaceX is pretty good at landing something tall, skinny, with a pretty high center of gravity, with grid fins way up there. They've figured out how to do that, so they definitely have the ability to null out your horizontal velocity. So they've got that pretty well figured out. So is it too top heavy for the moon? No, it's just a matter of making sure that you have a wide footprint, self-leveling capabilities, and you null out your horizontal velocity as you're touching down. But then again, we don't even know what HLS will really truly look like. In my opinion, HLS should absolutely break off, and stage and ditch the vacuum Raptor engines and everything it took to get it into orbit and on a TLI, and ditch those tanks and those Raptors, because they are never used again in the lunar system. Oh, look at all that. We've got some ventage. So we're at T-minus 41 minutes. That probably is lining up with what, booster fill? Can we see our little graphic? Booster fuel load. Yep. That's what that's coordinating with. So there we go. They are loading up the booster. This is all good signs towards the launch today. By the way, I think that I'm just going to be fully inside today because I don't think I have any connection to remote tracker, which is a little bit of a bummer. But then again, honestly, I've kind of wanted to be inside so I can see what it's like see stuff shaking, because it definitely shakes outside, but I've always wanted to be sitting here still and experiencing what it's like inside. So this actually will be fun for me. So I will not be going outside today, even though, again, for those of you watching, maybe if you haven't seen the show before, our studio space here is only 5 miles away from this rocket, 8 kilometers away. Line of sight, literally right out this window over here from me, is this vehicle sitting here. So normally I go out on the deck and watch it and experience it, but today, since they're not catching, I've already seen this flight profile a few times. I originally was going to be streaming and controlling the remote tracker, but we seem to have lost connection. But I want to be in here and actually sitting here, feeling what it's like on the inside. So I think that'll be fun. Michael, Big Mike, Maxie, thank you so much for 39 months of membership. Oh, here we go. An aerostat. That's right. It's technically not a dirigible. It's an aerostat. Pete's guide with the knowledge. It is a tethered aerostat radar system is what you're seeing. That little blimp thing is an aerostat. It's not a dirigible. That's right. It is an aerostat. Aerostat. Help me remember that. Yeah, I think, well, dirigible is more of isn't the dirigible an over-encompassing, the genre of vehicle? I think that's how that works, actually. Dirigible encompasses blimps and zeppelins and aerostats. I don't know. Let's see. Benny Gibby, crested. We're back on the Raptor family. Oh, it's a Raptor family bird. That's cool that we saw a Raptor. Someone, by the way, saying that, laughing that I can't be bothered to go outside. No, the reality is I wanted to track today. I thought that'd be fun because, yeah, we've seen these. And honestly, I know this sounds weird, probably to you if you've never been one. I know that we're lucky here to be able to see so many of these. The reality is, I do want to be inside. I get jealous, when we have videos of our crew. I don't know if we have our cameras on in the trailer at all, but when the trailer, when they're running the live stream and you see the trailer shaking, to me that actually looks fun. I want to experience that. I want to see what that's like. So we have another party copter. Kenneth Johnson, what would happen if the devil showed up and said, make 3 videos a week or else? Well, of course I could do that. I've made videos in a day. I mean, Starship version 1 versus 2, or one of those what's new and different about Flight 3, some of those shorter 10, 12-minute long videos. I can crank those things out in a day. It's not that hard. I just don't care. To me, that's that you can basically use an AI assistant these days to be like, hey, write me a 10-minute video script about what's different between version 1 and 2. And like you could just get it summarized in 4 sentences. So it just isn't like, it doesn't require, it's just, and everyone does that. Like there's already so many incredible channels that do that kind of stuff. And I appreciate those. And I watch those myself. And I feel like I don't need to do what's already been done. I don't need to be reinventing the wheel. I like trying to make content that's the stuff that I can't find just like easily, right? Those deeper questions that I have that are more than just a quick Google search, that are more than just a, you know, that's what I enjoy doing. And I realize like that's kind of my niche and that's kind of my specialty, is like these deeper dive videos that aren't just, and again, I'm not saying like just, because they actually are an incredible amount of work to be able to do, you know, like a weekly upload or whatever, or even a monthly upload. Or like what Scott Manley does. But Scott Manley can just sit there and just talk because he's just genius and doesn't even need to write stuff down. He just sits there and just talks. And it's like, you're experiencing that now. I can't even do that when I'm not having to think about much, let alone like regaling you with an important tale about a mission in 1972. I can't do that. I'm not Scott Manley. But what I do like to do is high production value. I like to spend a lot of time making the visuals match what I'm trying to talk about. So like you'll see if you watch that video about, you know, yeeting a rocket or throwing a rocket, you know, with like a launch tower or whatever catapult system we talked about, I spent a lot of time animating all the math. And I know that seems like a waste of time. Like, why are you animating for someone like me that's not good at math, and for someone like me that's self-taught, having that stuff play out as you're talking about it so you can see kind of how the math interacts with each other is actually really important for me. And it's actually, I think, really important for a lot of people. It just is a lot more effort. I think I literally spent like 2 weeks just in the After Effects making all that math animate. And then the big deal is like when you do all that kind of stuff, and if you make a change and you're like, someone points out, hey, wait, you should actually talk about, you know, you should really be putting this in front of this or whatever. It's really more like 35 tons, not 30. And you have to redo all of that. It just adds to all that. So the point being, I enjoy the deeper dives and I enjoy the high production value. And at the end of the day, like if I'm not doing what I enjoy and what I want to be doing, it's just, you know, burnout fodder. So that's also why I still come down here. It's hard. These streams are difficult, but they're so satisfying. Like it is awesome when at the end of the day, you know, we're able to do a 4K live stream with, you know, broadcast quality imagery like this. I mean, look at that. That's incredible. 4K. Hey, there we go. We got the... So I get jealous of these guys because when the videos of like during launch, it's all shaking. And it's like, yeah, literally shaking. So I've wanted to experience that. So yes, it seems like I can't be bothered to be outside, but for once I actually just want to be inside. And I want, you know, yeah, I might step outside for a minute just to see it before it launches. But also my view is not great because we have, let's show the dredger is like perfectly in the way here. So it's not quite as stunning, but yeah, I'll maybe step outside just to double check the focus on that camera. And I will probably step outside right around T-minus 10 minutes or so just to do a few things and tidy up and get ready. So yeah, that's again to say thank you guys for watching with us. I know that you have a lot of incredible options to watch. We will be pulling the SpaceX stream in here. Yeah, we'll pull the SpaceX stream so you can hear all of that here. It's going to be coming on in about 4 or 5 minutes. So that you don't have to go anywhere. We'll simulcast both things. You'll be able to keep in touch with everything, and you'll stay in the loop. And we'll make sure that you're always seeing the rocket and hearing the rocket, stuff like that. So the Cara, also known as the Mexican Eagle. Yeah, sorry, I'm behind, aren't I? This is my official sign that I'm way behind. If we're still talking about Cara. Shane, thank you so much for 69 months. So thankful for you and your music. I love that. Thank you. My son is wearing the normal onesie. Posted Discord. I saw that, Shane. Thank you so much for posting and sharing. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Any chance you get a visit to China to make a video? I would love to. Like, you guys know me. I just want to nerd out on space hardware. I feel like that'd be really hard to do. But if anyone out there knows how to make that happen, let's do it. I would love to see China's, especially like Long March 10 and their moon hardware would be awesome. I think that'd be really fun to see and compare. It'd be fun to compare this new space race. Let's see. RocketRelights.org, the Mark E. Wells Artifacts Collection. I don't know what that is, but thank you for bringing it to our attention. Ian Masters, thank you for becoming a member. Nate Damerick, thanks for all our hard work, Tim and team. Thank you so much. Car, it's not resting in peace. Birds actually can handle this stuff. And hopefully it's... And that one was pretty far away. Thank you so much, Citizen, for becoming a member. L. Tibby, thank you so much for all your donations today. I really appreciate. What steps would you say SpaceX are taking to combat the Kraken from destroying Starship this launch? So we might see it get destroyed this launch because they're actually intentionally pushing it further. So I think they've pretty well got version 2 more or less tamed as far as the ship goes. Now it's a matter of kind of going back to breaking it. So they're going to be pushing the boundaries, especially pushing the limits on, again, that profile coming back into Reentry. We'll see it make some maneuvers and do some things that will probably look pretty sketchy. And that's the point. Like, let's push those bounds, see where it breaks. So let's see here. All right, we got the SpaceX webcast starting now. So we'll be pulling that in here for you guys as soon as it's actually talking and not just music and stuff. Thank you, Rick, for becoming a member. This from CH. If I want to send you a proposal research paper on orbital maglev scalability, where would I send it? Good question. Why don't you pop it on over to... I'm trying to think of where that best land. Let's see. Why don't you just DM me on Instagram or something, and then I can push it off to Mary Liz. Yeah, I did a video on that, so I've got a pretty decent sense of some of that stuff. But yeah, the big deal is that energy needs to come from somewhere still, and it takes a lot of space to get up to space and get up to even if you're accelerating at 5G, like it still takes an absurd amount of track to be able to get up to 9 kilometers per second. Like it's wild. Youngtown Studio became a member, and same with Zach Nor, 84G. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm just getting through a big group. I missed so many super chats, so hopefully these are going to be of value to you guys too. D Barrow wants to know if I'm excited that this is the last launch of this version, and the next launch will be the new version. That is something I'm very excited about because I'm ready to see this thing go orbital, and we're not going orbital with version 2. So in order to see this thing actually do orbital missions, do payloads, start doing orbital refueling, it's going to take version 3. So I am really excited to see version 3. I really hope that all the lessons they've learned over the past, what will be 11 launches, that they have the data to really hone in on the correct answer, which and have a very mature vehicle ready for an orbital launch. So hopefully we don't have the teething problems with version 3 like we had with version 2. However, with early version 3 Raptors, like these still aren't going to be the final version 3 Raptors. They're still qualifying Raptor to my knowledge. I don't think Raptor 3 is going to be like rock solid yet. It has the capability, it has a lot of cool features like being so stripped down it won't even need a heat shield because it's all regeneratively cooled. The entire thing is actively cooled. Won't need a heat shield. That's a pretty big deal. But I don't know. I just feel like they're really new, so I won't be surprised if the first version 3 doesn't go perfectly. 5 Fluids Dynamics phase Starship heat shield towards sun probably will minimize boil off. I don't know if that's true. Black absorbs a lot of heat. Oh, we got SpaceX feed coming in. Don't stop asking questions. I'll try to answer them and and do that. But once SpaceX stream is starting, I'm going to kind of listen in because I like to listen to this stuff. I want to be sure I'm on, understanding stuff. But be sure to stick around because in between, assuming this goes well or if it doesn't go well, we'll still stream. But I will answer questions and try to catch up on them after it launches while it's in its coast phase. There's a good hour almost there that we can catch up. So don't go anywhere once this is starting, just because I won't answering questions necessarily. I'll get back and wrap around. But I do want to finish answering this one about from 5 Fluids Dynamics. I don't know if facing the heat shield towards the sun would actually minimize boil off. I think it would collect more radiative energy because it's black versus reflect.
Starbase, Texas, for the 11th flight test of the world's largest and most powerful reusable rocket, Starship. Today's flight marks our second reuse of a super heavy booster and what's expected to be the final launch of our second generation vehicle. I'm Amanda Lee, a build reliability engineer here at SpaceX.
And I'm Jake Berkowitz, a lead propulsion engineer on our SpaceX Raptor team. Today we're coming to you live from Star Factory, just under 2 miles away from the rocket on the pad. Right outside on the lawn, the crowd is starting to gather, and after liftoff, we expect that crowd to head back in to watch the rest of the launch with us and have a party.
And right behind us are 3 generations of Raptor engines, the third of which we're looking to debut on the next generation of Starship. And we'll talk a little bit more about that upgraded rocket later in the program.
Just talking about
Yeah,
that.
and if you watched Flight 10, you'll know it was a really, really good day for Starship. All objectives were met, and we got tons of great data to learn from. And today, we're looking to build on the success of that flight.
Yeah, that's right. Like in Flight 10, we're again planning to deploy Starlink simulator satellites as well as test the limits of ship's heat shield during reentry. A controlled descent, flip maneuver, and soft splash in the Indian Ocean are also planned for ship. And hopefully, our recovery team will be able to deliver some more of those amazing views that we got back on Flight 10.
Yeah, those views are just awesome. Another crazy thing, and for those of you keeping track, today actually marks the 1-year anniversary of our historic first ever booster catch. That was Booster 12. And even though we're not attempting a catch today, every time we launch a Starship, it's a big day. All right, so everyone, buckle up because maximum excitement is guaranteed.
All right.
And
Hey,
Dan Hewitt joins us from over near Mission Control. Dan, how are things looking for launch today?
Hey, Jake. Hey, Amanda. Hey, everybody. We are looking great. I'm Dan Hewitt with SpaceX Communications. That's right. Right behind me is our Launch Control Center here at Starbase. Flight Control team is on there. They're getting Starship and Super Heavy ready for liftoff. So as you can tell, when we look at the vehicle, prop load is underway. Things are looking good. We did shift our T0 a little bit. We're tracking to 6:23 p.m. Central Time, just a couple minutes into our window. All right, so as we noted, back in August, Flight 10, it did all the things. Did all the things we wanted it to do. Started off with Super Heavy, those 33 Raptor engines igniting, lifting off right at the top of its window at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. It was able to do a successful ascent, followed that up with hot staging, Starship's upper stage igniting those 6 Raptor engines, separating Super Heavy, making its way back down. We saw the hot stage pop off. It then completed its boost back burn, put it on the course towards that splashdown zone. It successfully did that landing burn when we intentionally disabled one of those 3 center engines. During the final phase of that, used a backup engine, entered into its final hover, shut down the engines, and then splashed down into the water. Ship, meanwhile, completed full duration ascent burn, got to its planned velocity, successfully put it on that suborbital trajectory, and then it was on to the in-space stuff. That first in-space objective was completed. 8 of those Starlink simulators were deployed. That was the first successful payload demonstration we've ever had from Starship. Each of these simulators, similar in size to the V3 Starlinks that we're going to be launching next year to add significant capacity and capability to the network. Then it was on to our second ever in-space relight of a Raptor engine. That's a key capability for when we're going to do deorbit burns on future orbital missions, and then when we're doing deep space maneuvers. Then on to the critical reentry phase, we're able to get data on the performance of that heat shield, the ship structure, push the envelope on it, using the flaps, got it down to the splashdown zone, did the landing flip, did the landing burn. Killer views from the recovery team, soft splashdown over in the Indian Ocean. We were just about 3 meters off of our target, so pretty much nailed it. It was a huge day, tons of excitement here at Starbase. Just a reminder, though, this is still the early days. I mean, we're on Flight 11 today. There's a lot more we're going to do to get full reusability, increase our launch cadence, eventually start sending missions to the Moon and Mars. I mean, we've got thousands of launches to come. But for now, we're looking good for launch. Toss it back down to Amanda and Jake.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. Starship is the first orbital launch vehicle engineered to be fully reusable, just like a commercial airliner. In fact, to the end, we're actually reflying a Super Heavy booster for the second time today. This booster last flew on Flight 8. So let's just start with how powerful this rocket really is. When you stack Starship up against one of the world's biggest airplanes, the 747, a single Raptor engine is actually double the thrust of all 4 airplane engines put together. So that means the Super Heavy over on the pad right now, with its 33 Raptors, is equal to the power of about 64 747s.
Yeah, that's just crazy, Amanda. The power this rocket generates is incredible. To be specific, it's over 16.7 million pounds of thrust. Numbers almost incomprehensible, but it's just crazy. All right, to break it down, Starship is made of 2 parts. First is the Super Heavy booster, which is powered by 33 of those Raptor engines that run on liquid methane and liquid oxygen. And second is the Starship upper stage, powered by 6 Raptor engines. 3 are optimized for sea level performance, and 3 are for vacuum performance with that larger nozzle extension. All right, it's the Starship's second stage that will one day carry cargo, payloads, and people all the way to Mars and beyond.
The Super Heavy booster is designed to launch, separate, flip, and return to the launch site where it can be caught by the chopsticks on the launch tower. However, as previously noted, we won't be attempting one of those catches today. Starship, on the other hand, re-enters the Earth's atmosphere at the conclusion of its mission, steering itself to a vertical landing or catch. And both stages are designed to return to Earth and fly again, making this the first rocket in history that will be fully reusable.
Yeah, and we cannot forget that between the two vehicles is the hot stage ring, a structure made of steel that allows the ship's engines to ignite while still attached to the booster, enabling a faster and more efficient stage separation. Right now, that hot stage ring is single use, but in the future it will be built in directly to the V3 booster forward end.
And finally, the infrastructure built to support Starship is referred to as Stage 0. This includes the launch pads, tank farm, and the launch towers, which hold the chopsticks that catch the Super Heavy booster and eventually will also catch the ship.
Yeah, and to get us ready for launch today, we recently conducted another static test fire, basically where we fire up the engines to mimic a launch without actually launching. You're seeing the booster on the screen right now. It's a crucial milestone to let us know we're ready to go. And then here we're seeing ship. We did this for the second time on a retrofitted mount on Pad 1. We had a full 9-second duration burn on all 6 engines.
We should also note that today's launch on Pad 1 is intended to be the last launch on this pad in this configuration. As we head into the next generation Starship flight test program, we'll be modifying Pad 1 to meet the demands of our future missions.
Yeah, and among many other things, we're installing a new orbital launch mount, a new flame trench system, and upgrading the chopsticks for future catches. So until that's complete, we'll be running operations from Pad 2, which will be coming online very soon. All right, let's go over to Hawthorne, where Tyler is ready to talk a little Starlink.
Thank you, Jake and Amanda. My name is Tyler Lionquist, and I'm a Starlink business analyst here at SpaceX. Starlink is SpaceX's low Earth orbit, high-speed internet that's bringing connectivity both on Earth and in space. So Starship is outfitted again today with 4 Starlink terminals, powering those incredible live shots of ship in orbit, through re-entry, and then all the way down to splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Now, we've had a couple of recent milestones that are worth celebrating. Back in September, we launched Starlink for its 300th time. And this summer, we surpassed 7 million active customers with service available across 150 countries and territories. We've come a really long way since turning on service for our first paying customer in rural Idaho 5 years ago, back in October of 2020.
Maybe mute this in case it has copyright music. Yeah, good point to... I mean, I'm sure you'll be able to watch this later, but that's crazy that it's already been 5 years since they've released Starlink, and now we're literally relying on it for our show. We have Starlink, 3 Starlinks running right now, basically to help run the show. So I understand how important it is, and shout out to the Starlink team because, yeah, it's been pretty game-changing for us. And it's going to come in handy even like out in Florida when we're streaming Artemis 2, which will be coming up hopefully in February-ish. I'm really excited for that. So, yeah, we rely on that stuff a lot. Maybe this is a good time for us to mention real quick, for those of you that weren't here at the beginning, we do have something quite exciting on our end, and that is a little thing called, where did it go? Can't do anything. AstroAwards.live. We have tickets for sale for next year's Astro Awards. So January 17th and 18th, join us in Austin, Texas, to be able to see the most exciting missions that panned out here in the last year in 2025. We'll give out awards. We have panels. We have 2 days of panels and speeches and keynotes. It's going to be amazing, bigger, better than last year even. AstroAwards.live. Get your tickets now. We're already almost sold out of some of the packages, and we just released them for pre-sale last night. So, yeah, it's going to be awesome. Hope to see you guys there. Ask anyone that's been there. It's awesome. Let's go back to listening. Oh, they're still doing...
The planet continues to go without access to reliable high-speed internet, so there's a lot more work for us to do. But Starlink was designed from the very beginning to meet these needs. And as each new version of Starlink comes online, the constellation's capacity and performance increases significantly. The larger V3 satellites that will deploy from Starship will bring gigabit connectivity to users and are designed to add 60 terabits per second of downlink capacity to the Starlink network. That's more than 20 times the capacity added with every V2 mini launch on the Falcon 9. And then on the cellular front, last month, SpaceX announced a deal that provides Starlink with exclusive spectrum for its next-generation direct-to-cell satellites, which will be capable of providing broadband service to cell phones globally. Starlink is the largest 4G coverage provider on Earth. Over 7 million people across 5 continents already rely on Starlink to connect their LTE phones to data, voice, video, and messaging, where terrestrial service is unavailable. So we're excited to have the opportunity to help close those coverage gaps and ultimately eliminate mobile dead zones around the world. So yeah, there's a lot happening with Starlink, and there's a lot more to come. So let's head back to Amanda and Jake at Starbase to take us through today's flight profile.
Thank you so much, Tyler. So today's float profile, we're looking to get our second re-entry with this iteration of ship. And prior to every launch, we work closely with the FAA and international air traffic organizations to efficiently and safely integrate launch and re-entry operations into the airspace.
And we've got a special guest here. We're live.
What's up, guys?
How's it going? Good to see you, boss.
Hi.
Hey. How's workout?
Good. We're live right now.
What the?
Yeah. Getting ready for Flight
Come say
11.
hi.
How are you feeling for it?
Good. This is the first time that I'm going to be actually outside standing and watching the rocket. Normally I'm in mission control and stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
But now I'll be standing at the bottom there.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
it's really going to be much more visceral.
Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna feel
Great
it.
place
It's
to
gonna
watch.
be. It's gonna be. It's gonna be awesome. We'll be in here this time, but usually we're out there watching. Yeah.
All right, sounds good.
Good luck
Later.
and have fun.
Have fun.
That's funny. That's 2 streams in a row. He's like crashed.
All
That's
right,
funny.
so that was an exciting cameo there. But yeah, starting with liftoff, we'll get into the flight profile here. Super Heavy will ignite 33 engines, 24 of which are flight proven today. We'll power through ascent ahead of hot stage separation, where booster will shut down all but 3 engines. Stage 2 lights its Raptor engines while still attached to Super Heavy. That is what we call hot stage separation. We'll see a directional booster flip and engine relight for boost back. And we'll be intentionally headed to a splashdown in the Gulf with a V3 style landing burn demonstration today.
Meanwhile, ship will continue with its ascent burn to a suborbital trajectory, where it will attempt to deploy 8 Starlink simulator satellites. And we're also planning to relight a single Raptor engine. Then it's time for a re-entry, where we're once again testing the limits of Starship's heat shield by intentionally removing tiles. The ship will also perform a pretty dynamic banking maneuver that mimics the path of a return to launch site for catch that will fly on a future mission. And if all that goes as planned, we'll conclude the test with a landing flip, burn, and soft water splashdown in the Indian Ocean. So definitely another action-packed flight profile, Dan.
This is planned to be the final launch of this version of Starship, version number 2. Right now, we're actively building multiple next-generation V3 Starship and Super Heavy vehicles in the factory, kind of right behind us, so let's take a minute and nerd out a little bit. All right, those are going to be launching from Pad 2, which is nearing completion down here at Starbase. Both the pad and the vehicles are going to roll in really significant changes. This is building on everything we've learned from all of these flight tests to make a vehicle that we're looking to mass produce. Starting with the Starship upper stage, which is going to look pretty similar on the outside, but it's getting pretty much a complete overhaul under the hood. We're getting major design changes to its propulsion system that's going to accommodate that new version of Raptor, which puts out higher thrust. We're also getting an energy storage upgrades, tons of avionics changes, a lot of things that will enable longer duration missions. One notable thing you'll start seeing on the outside are these new docking adapters, which we'll use when we bring 2 starships together for propellant transfer. That's a core capability of Starship that we're going to demonstrate next year. Bottom line, though, this is the Starship we're planning to use for all of our next major milestones: orbital missions, return to launch site and catch, reuse, propellant transfer, and then making our way to the moon and Mars. Now, Super Heavy, we've shown some of this off, some of this hardware already coming out of the factory. It has upgrades like this, a redesigned fuel transfer tube. That thing's roughly the same size as the first stage of a Falcon 9 rocket. That channels all that cryogenic fuel down to Super Heavy's 33 engines. We made it bigger. It's basically a rocket inside of our rocket that gives us a faster, more reliable flip and simultaneous engine startup. New booster are also going to have an integrated hot stage, a lot more vent area, and it's designed to be fully reusable. Pressure from those engine plumes gets vented out, mostly offset just by the pressure in the fuel tank. That is the top of the fuel tank. And then we add a non-structural layer of steel on the top that helps take all the heating. It's mapped to where all the high heating goes. Grid fins also getting a big change, going from 4 down to 3. They're 50% larger though, much higher strength. They're also going to get used for vehicle lift and catch. That's all made possible. There's a new catch point addition on those grid fins. We've also kind of reclocked their position on the booster that aligns them with the catch arms. Yeah, we got it right in the middle there. All right, and then powering it all, Raptor 3. Looks radically different, just straight up radical. Tons of major changes. It's coming in higher thrust, dramatic reduction in parts, tons of control mechanisms moved inside. Our McGregor team's built some additional stands like this one, which essentially is the bottom of a super heavy booster, lets us do gimbal or steering tests. So that's been really exciting to see. We've also been getting vacuum versions of Raptor 3 into test. The first flight engines are already in production and are about to start acceptance testing for Flight 12. So a lot of exciting changes coming, and we're getting ready to mass produce everything, including one of the really key contributors to that rapid reusability, the heat shield tiles. Let's jump over to Tyler real quick in Hawthorne, who's got a really cool look at what's happening with tiles in Florida.
This is exciting.
Thank you, Dan. Indeed, Starship's heat shield is the linchpin to full and rapid reusability. We can't launch, land, refuel, and launch again if we have to spend months refurbishing the heat shield after every launch, like they did in the Space Shuttle program. So, in a future where Starship is flying several times a day, many, many thousands of heat shield tiles will be required. So yeah, we need to get cooking on those tiles, which is exactly what's happening inside the fully automated bakery down at the Cape. In just 3 years, tile production at the bakery has surpassed the total number of tiles produced during the 30 years of the shuttle program. To go from the raw material to a finished tile, it takes about 40 hours. And today, the bakery is producing about 1,000 tiles a day. But it's set up to produce enough tiles for 10 ships per month, which is about 7,000 tiles a day, or a tile off the line every 13 seconds. So yeah, the bakery is well on its way to providing Starship with all the tiles for missions to Mars and beyond. And for today's flight, we've made a modification to the heat shield tiles. Dan, do you mind filling us in on what's being referred to as the Crunchwrap tile?
Absolutely. I always love to get to do a little show and tell. So we've got thousands of these heat shield tiles covering Starship. Now they're kind of all next to each other. There's a small gap in between all of them. You got to leave a little bit of space as that metal underneath will expand and contract. That way they don't crunch into each other and start breaking. However, that lets some of that plasma kind of seep through, and we see really high heating on the sides and then down on the metal. To help fix that, we have this, the Crunchwrap that everyone has heard about. So we take essentially that's called Vulcan felt that we then wrap around. And so as these tiles are next to each other, you've got a small bit in between that's going to help offset that heating. It's just one of the ways we're continuing to iterate on this heat shield, getting towards rapid reusability. Hopefully it's going to help Starship live Moss. You know, everything is just going to get us to that end state of a fully and rapidly reusable vehicle. So pretty much the entire vehicle has those on it today. We've done this on multiple Starships previously, but this time pretty much the whole vehicle has it, so that was special for today. All right, enough heat shield tiles. Let's go quick check-in on the pad. So if you did notice, we did shift our T0 just a little bit. We're now counting down to 6:23 and 41 seconds Central Time. We shifted a little bit as we were working to finish clearing the range. We are monitoring sea and airspace, both here over the Gulf and in our splashdown location over on the Indian Ocean. We were working with the FAA, a lot of other international agencies to coordinate all of this. Good news, range is currently green. We're able to get everything out of the way that we are tracking in the Gulf. So weather status, I don't even really need to do, not a cloud in the sky, beautiful day, no probability of violation for launch at this point.
Yes.
We're not currently tracking any issues on the vehicle or the pad. You can see our fill levels are getting up there. We're almost completely done with our propellant loading. We've gone through all of our checkouts so far this morning, aligning our guidance, navigation, and control system, getting the vehicles ready for prop load, the farm. Everything has gone pretty smoothly so far. We got through our go, no go for prop load. That happens at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes. We've been loading fuel and locks on board the ship since about 53 minutes before launch. Boosters started just about 10 minutes after that. We continue loading prop until just around 3 minutes before liftoff. And then at that point, we'll be ready to go. So bottom line at the moment, we're looking real good. Again, 6:23 and 41 seconds Central Time is our target T0. So we're going to keep counting down.
So actually, I'm going to take a
Great
break
news so
here
far.
from
Thank you, Dan. And we
the,
do say it repeatedly because it's important.
from the SpaceX stream for 1 second. I'm going to take a little minute break, leave you guys with their stream. I'm going to step outside real quick, just see it with my own eyes real quick, make sure I saw it, and then I'm going to come back in here, set up a few extra cameras, get ready. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be tracking, but like I said, I'm excited about, same how you just heard how Elon Musk is going outside to watch it. It is fun to kind of experience it in different ways. So I'm excited to watch it inside this time, see how things shake. I think it'll actually be really cool. So I'll hand them off to you guys so you can hear what's going on, and I'll be right back in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Starship is open for business, and one of the first payloads will be provided by the Italian Space Agency. They recently signed a first-of-its-kind agreement to carry Italian experiments on the initial Starship missions that deliver customer payloads to Mars. In related news, Starship cargo flights to the surface of the Moon for research, development, and exploratory missions will start in 2028. So a ton of Starship activity to look forward to, and if you'd like to learn more about our mission to making humanity multiplanetary, go ahead and visit spacex.com/Mars. Okay, now as we get closer to launch, development continues down here at Starbase, Texas, to shape this growing city into a truly unique place to live and work. And part of being a city, particularly one surrounded by nature, is environmental stewardship. The nearby Boca Beach dunes have unfortunately been eroding at an alarming rate for some time, so SpaceX is teaming up with Cameron County and the city of Starbase to stop that erosion and hopefully preserve the beach for years to come.
Yeah, and as one of its first permanent residents and someone who's actually called Starbase home for over 3 years now, I can tell you the beach totally adds to the uniqueness and awesomeness of living here. Starbase is truly unlike any other place on Earth. Where else can you see the world's biggest rocket every single day?
Yeah, Starbase is definitely the place to be, and we're always looking for more people to come help build the future of spaceflight.
Yeah, particularly engineers, especially for our propulsion and mechanical system teams.
You could be working on tests just like these ones, proving out the designs of our next generation Super Heavy booster. Fun fact, we actually tested the booster to 13,400 tons of thrust, which is more than the power of 3.5 Saturn V rockets, which is just crazy. We're also looking for civil and structural engineers to help literally build the future.
Whether it's buildings like the Gigabays currently going up at both Starbase and the Cape, each is a massive vertical integration and assembly facility with over 700,000 square feet of workspace. Both sites are currently in progress, actually going vertical as we speak. Or you could be designing the Starship launch sites of the future. There's really no shortage of future to build here. So visit spacex.com/careers to see all of our openings if you're interested.
Okay, now as we head into terminal count, all eyes are on the rocket. Dan, how are we looking? Are we green?
Amanda, we are so green. Everything's still looking really good. So we've got a green range, not tracking any blockers there to launch. We're continuing to load prop on board the vehicle. We're just about to close out, so we'll close out, again, just about 3 minutes and 20 seconds before liftoff. We'll close out on ship, and then booster just about 30 seconds later, and then you end up with about 11 million pounds of liquid propellant on board those two stages. After we're fully loaded on the vehicle, the pad itself gets ready for launch. We do what's called pushbacks. We clear all that prop out of the lines in the tower and the feed system back into the tanks to get ready for launch. And then in the next couple of minutes, we're going to do our final GNC guidance, navigation, and control system alignment. We're going to arm the automatic flight safety system, and then we're going to do final kind of wiggle checks on the steering for the engines, which we might be able to catch a quick peek at as we get closer to those. If we need to hold, which we are not currently tracking a reason to, that would happen at T-minus 40 seconds. It's built into our countdown. We can pause and wait there for any final checkouts, anything that we need to hold for.
Once we pass that T-minus 40 seconds, a number of events will occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition systems come up to flight pressure, and ship switches to internal power. After that, the quick disconnect arm lockout is removed in preparation for retraction shortly after T0. Now, once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, if any problems come up, we do still have the ability to recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds and hold there to assess what happened and then see if we can proceed again to liftoff.
Yep, however, once the water for the deflector system begins flowing at T-minus 10 seconds, any issue after that would be an automatic scrub for the day, as teams would need to refill the deflector's water tanks as well as the propellant storage tanks at the tank farm before making another attempt.
All right, we are coming up on 3 minutes. away from launch. You can see the frost line all the way up. We've just closed out prop load onto the ship. Booster coming up shortly. Yeah, in about 10 seconds we'll finish loading prop on the booster, and then again we'll have about 11 million pounds of that liquid oxygen, liquid methane on board the vehicles. Not currently tracking a reason to hold at T-minus 40. It can pop up at the last moment or after we pass that gate. We can always hang out there for a couple of minutes if we need to. We do have some extra time. We're not constantly topping off the propellant in these vehicles, so we have about a 7-8 minute window where we can wait for any final issues to clear. We're not currently tracking a reason to hold there. Again, our range continues to be green as we look at sea and airspace both out over the Gulf and in our reentry zone out in the Indian Ocean. All right, 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go. A lot of things on tap for Flight 11. Planned to be the last launch of this version of Starship and Super Heavy. Once again, we're really focused on getting ship over to reentry. Once we get to that phase, we're going to dive in. There's a lot of exciting stuff that's going to be happening on our way back through and down to the ground, hopefully out in the Indian Ocean. Minute 45. Should hopefully be seeing... There's a quick wiggle check. Checking out the thrust vector control, the steering on the booster. We use those inner 13 engines. Doing their one final dance before the big show. And we'll do that one more time after we cross that T-minus 40 gate. All right, range continues to be green. Still not tracking any issues on vehicle or pad. 1 minute to go. As a reminder, we can hold at T-minus 40. We're not planning to.
Okay, here we go, guys. I'm going to try tracking. We're also going to duck out their audio so we don't get a weird sync. Wish me luck tracking. Things are holding up a little bit right now. We should see the water happening soon here. There we go. And get ready for engine ignition. Ignition, here we go. Of those Raptor engines on Super Heavy shut down. Our version of MECO
Most engines cut off instead of main engine. And then after that, we're going to release the clamps that are currently holding Starship to that hot stage adapter. It's then going to ignite its 6 Raptor engines to push it away from Super Heavy and then start making its flight uphill. So in about 30 seconds, we're going to see the engines start to shut down on Super Heavy. You'll see them kind of shut off in separate banks until we've just got those 3 center engines that never stop running for this process, and then looking for 6 ship Raptors.
I'm actually still tracking it.
All right.
I lost connection, but I'm back.
MECO coming up in about 10 seconds.
That looks like MECO on our... There we go. Stage set.
See the engines throttling down.
Booster engine cut off.
Okay. Let's see if I can track the booster,
Ship ignition.
which I believe is actually the top thing here. Everything looking
Stage
good so far.
separation. Use back burn startup.
All right, successful hot staging maneuver. So we've got 12 of the 13 engines lit back up on boosters, so it's doing its boost back. Real excitingly,
Ship
though,
channel
we've got
pressure's
6
nominal.
out of 6 Raptors lit on ship there, so it's now going to continue to make its ascent into outer space. Meanwhile, this boost back is happening. We're using those 13 engines, so everything, well, 12 out of the 13, and then we go down to 3, and then we're going to shut down for the end of boost back. That's sending Super Heavy back towards its planned splashdown zone in the Gulf. Right after we finish this boost back burn, we're also going to separate the hot stage. This will be the final time
Use back
that
burn
we're
shutdown.
doing this. Is
Boost back burn.
right, there's the end of the boost back burn. We should be seeing the hot stage. There. So the hot stage separates. It's going to make its way down, also splash down in the Gulf. In the meantime, though, these 6 ship Raptors are going to continue firing for about 5 more minutes. Next up for the booster, though, is going to be its landing burn. There's a cool tracking shot.
Wow.
We dumped some of the prop out on our way back in. All right, so for booster, this is one of the main things we're trying to get is going to be this landing burn. Oh, that's so you can see the hot stage kind of making its way towards the left side. So that's the bottom of the booster. It's about to pass right in front of where you can see some of that prop dump happening. They look like they're close together, but there's a good amount of distance between them, and the hot stage will go down and splash down in the Gulf while the booster comes back for its landing burn.
It's one of the cool
Starship
things
is on nominal trajectory.
with our trackers. We have these
All
drift
right.
knobs.
Looking good on our trajectory, looking good on everything. Jake and Amanda, you guys with me down there?
Yeah, definitely. The crowd is gathering over here in the office. You can definitely feel the energy in here. Great to see that booster is making its way down to the splashdown zone in the Gulf.
Yeah, the shaking down here was absolutely nuts. The windows are still there, still intact, so that was pretty awesome. But yeah, booster's coming down. We're at about 30
Booster
kilometers.
just
About.
saved.
All right, yeah, and as we approach that landing, just like tower catches, we will be doing a 13-engine landing burn to slow down. This time it will be in a V3 configuration. And as we're starting to get into the denser part of the atmosphere, the booster is using 4 hypersonic grid fins to guide itself through atmospheric entry towards its landing site.
And we're just
Ship
about
channel
20
pressure's
seconds away
nominal.
from landing burn start, where we'll first ignite the center 13 engines, then bring that down to 5 to slow down the booster for landing. And finally, that will come down to 3, and we'll cut all of them off while we're still about 200 meters in the air. So booster is gonna see a bit of a harder landing.
Booster landing burn startup.
Wow. Even with a totally different booster sequence. We got the track there. Ryan did.
Booster landing burn shutdown.
And there we heard it, booster landing burn shut down. We saw a 13 to 5 to 3 V3 demonstration, and into the water we go. Wow, that was absolutely awesome. If you can even hear us right now, congrats to the whole SpaceX team. So far, so good for today. That was incredible.
All right, great stuff, guys. I'm jealous of the crowd. All right, back to ship. Ship's still making its way. We've got a little under 2 minutes left in this ascent burn, so we've got all 6 Raptor engines still firing. So the next major milestone we're going to be looking for is SECO. That's our second stage engine cutoff. That's should be coming right at about 8 minutes and 58 seconds into flight, so we've got about 1:20 still to go. Really cool to see Booster go through that landing burn. That was one of our really key demonstrations we wanted to try and do today. Is that's mimicking what we're going to be hopefully doing. Oh, we just got our sonic boom, sounds like, from the booster coming back.
That's crazy.
All right, less than a minute to go. So we are going to see the 3 RVACs, the vacuum optimized engines, shut down first, and then we'll shut down those 3 center engines. So we should be a little under a minute until SECO. Just a reminder, this is putting us into a suborbital trajectory, so we're intentionally just going slow enough that we're not going to achieve full orbit. This puts us on a course where those engines shut off, and no matter what, we're coming back.
Starship is in terminal guidance.
In the Indian Ocean. All right, terminal guidance. So we should start seeing the shutdowns come up in just a couple seconds. Less than 30 seconds to go in this ship ascent burn.
Sorry about the banner, guys. It got stuck. It's normally automated. Sometimes when the stuff happens, all of a sudden a connection goes wonky, and for whatever reason got stuck on screen, and we had to refresh everything. But we were in the middle of the launch, so there we go.
3 more to go.
With the VACs, now we got the center engine still burning. Null out all the rates.
Ship engine cut off.
That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. Beautiful. You can even see the S38 logo right there. That's
all
a sick
ship
shot.
Raptors have shut down.
Nominal orbit insertion.
You just heard nominal orbital insertion, so we are on the path that we wanted to be. So we've got a ship back in space, a whole lot planned for it, lots more still to come. Great seeing Super Heavy make its way to the water, but I'm excited to see what ship can do in space. How's everybody doing down there?
Yeah, if you could hear the crowd behind us this whole time, people are definitely happy with how the day's been panning out so far. Definitely exciting to see Starship safely in space, and super pumped to see all the team's hard work in action here today.
Yeah, and we guaranteed it at the start of the show, but it has been an awesome day so far. It's crazy. All this is happening.
I just want to point out, look, you can see the shadow from like the condensation and the exhaust. You can see the shadow that it casts in the sky. I don't know if you guys can see that on my shot here, but you can literally see on my tracking shot, if you can pull it up on screen. Look at this. This is crazy. While also looking how much it's venting. That's wild. Look at, you can literally see the shadow. Like, how crazy is that? From the launch. Just that's insane. So just the right lighting conditions, the right atmospheric conditions. I can't believe that. I wonder what that looks like actually on the recording. That's so weird. I was even noticing it during the launch. You could see it on ascent. All right, let's go back to the go back to the stream. Wow, another one. This one's looking good. This one's looking really good. Oh, I don't know if... Yeah, they're just playing music. All right, well, how you guys feeling? Look at that. I hope that Florida did get the jellyfish going. If anyone's in Florida, was able to see it. The venting, by the way, there's a few things. There's a few things. They can either be injecting nitrogen to try to make sure they're purging any gas that's left over in there so they don't have an explosion or a fire. Also, just to make sure they're still nulling out rates and stuff, that's how they do it, is by venting That's the warm gas thruster system is actually inside that skirt. So you're seeing all of that build up. That is pretty normal. We do see that the fact that it's maintaining a clean orientation looks like it's getting into that position to be able to do the Starlink dummy deploy here. It all looks under control. This all looks normal so far. So, yeah, this is looking like it's following the footsteps of Flight 10, which hopefully means we'll see it, really do a good job again. So isn't that crazy when you see it like fly through its own plume when it's doing these maneuvers and stuff? I don't know. It just looks so. Fluids don't react the same. It's just not intuitive when you see a wave propagate off of a thruster and how it goes out into space, and especially with the sunlight, and like it's just so weird. Things just don't look the way you'd think they look. So definitely stay tuned because this is about to get exciting. We're going to see another Starlink demo deploy. We'll see a Raptor Relight, and then most importantly, we're going to see this thing re-enter, and they are going to be pushing it to the limits. So big time fingers crossed for this one because it's pretty ambitious. We're going to see them, really pushing it hard. So it looks like it's now flying over. Like you can see some land there. Oh, yeah, in those shots, you're seeing some city lights. So that might be Florida or Cuba, some of the Caribbean already. Imagine being on that and being able to, yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, while I have you guys, before you, don't go anywhere, I promise. One more reminder, put in your calendar, January 17th and 18th, Austin, Texas. It's going to be our 3rd annual Astro Awards, which is more than an award show. It's also a conference with panels and keynotes. Last year, we had Charlie Duke. We had a lot of people come out from NSF. We had Eric Berger. Joe Bernard is going to be there this year. We have people coming from all over that'll be doing some incredible things. That hopefully you guys can come hang out. So, yeah, go over to astrooawards.live. If you can get your tickets on sale now. We just released them today. We released early tickets last night. We already almost have sold out of our top packages. So if you want to do some VIP experiences like the party or some meet and greet opportunities with the speakers and things like that, also have all that kind of stuff, astrooawards.live. Get your tickets now. It's awesome. We have limited seating. Paramount Theater, downtown Austin, Texas. Get your tickets now. astrooawards.live. You have 96 days. That makes me nervous. We have only 96 days to prepare for this. I don't like. Why did I click on this? But yeah, you can get all your questions answered by going to astrooawards.live, and you can see how do you purchase a ticket. It's very family friendly. It's awesome. It's a great time. We need to put up a testimonial page because we have people in Discord talking about what it was like for them last year, and it's just awesome. It's bringing professionals and the public together to celebrate spaceflight in one room, giving actual awards out to the people that did incredible missions from this year prior. So also let me know too online, like on X and Instagram or Threads, wherever you are, even just here on YouTube. Let me know what missions you want to see win an Astro Award this year, because we do take public opinion. We also are working with a few different organizations to help try to make this a little bit more scientific about our approach to who gets nominated and like what are the thresholds. So the general ideas, we want it to be inspirational, important, and innovative missions. So the 3 I's are kind of the pillars of what make up an Astro Award. So, and we celebrate it when like either successful launch or like science missions came back and the missions, like it did its thing, like Perseverance or something, like it did its thing. Here's an award. So we've had, people come from all around the world to accept Astro Awards, and this year is going to be awesome. So astrooawards.live, get your tickets now while you can. Let's get back to answering questions. I had some really good questions that I was really excited about. I'm going to go to this marked one because I had one marked and ready to go. So Nathan Lewis wants to know, you're welcome. How can you get involved in streams like this? Well, especially if you live anywhere in South Texas, we definitely want to hear from you. Reach out to me either on Instagram or we can hook you up with Mary Liz as well and get you, if you have production experience. We're going to need more of it. So this is awesome. Been watching since the Orange Spacesuit days. Can I explain the difference between version 2 and 3? So basically, 3 has a lot of upgrades. The booster looks quite a bit different. It has an integrated hot staging ring, so it's not going to be jettisoned anymore. It has that beautiful trellis structure. By the way, we will bring SpaceX back online, like audio, when they're talking about. Right now, they're not. It's just music. So integrated hot stage ring has only 3 grid fins instead of 4, and they're just in a 90 degrees to each other. So there's it's a little bit more. It looks weird. It's almost like one fin is missing off of a Falcon 9, which is pretty crazy. Then it has Raptor 3 engines, which are completely different, wildly different, and a big upgrade and a big change. The ship will have those same... They are talking, so we'll listen in here.
Area of Starship as we get ready to open up this payload door. We were able to do this successfully for the very first time on our last flight, on Flight 10. Oop. Hal got ahead of me. Looks like he's opening up the payload door already. All right, looks like we got the door open.
There we go. So you'll see the orientation of Starship in that bottom right, second, like kind of the one on the left in the bottom right. You can see it's kind of on its like side, deploying the Starlinks out
All
the
right, so
back.
payload door is open. Next up, gonna be to start deploying these Starlink simulators.
Look at how
They
big
are
that payload
roughly
is.
the same size as the V3 Starlink satellites that Starship's going to be carrying. That's going to add some pretty crazy capacity. We'll run through the numbers in a little bit. We were able to do this for the very first time ever on our last flight, and so this will be another test. We made a couple of tweaks to the rails for deploying this based off of what we saw last time. But excited to see these get out the door.
Oh, they actually have the outdoor
our next
camera now.
Iteration of Starship's also going to have
Did they do that
a
last
more
time?
powerful PEZ. It's going to deploy these at a little bit faster speed, but looking to see our
That's gonna be
next
cool.
demonstration of this. Hopefully, in the next couple of seconds, we should start seeing them move out the door.
That'll be interesting because it'll be lit up from the payload bay door because it's night now.
That view on your left, so you're basically that would be if you were sitting at the very top of the nose cone looking down. So there's kind of a short stack. There's 4 on either side, so 8 total. When we start flying Starlinks for their actual deploy missions, we're going to be carrying stacks of about 60. So much larger stack once we start flying these operationally, but still doing a little bit of a short just for this payload deployed today.
Looks like we got a little bit of movement there, Dan.
Coax it out. Get it moving, Jake.
There we
There
go.
we go. All right, first one going out.
That is really cool.
All right, first one's deployed. Getting ready for the second one here. We do a little reset back to the center position.
I want to see the outside.
Yeah, it
view.
takes about a minute for each one.
That's clean.
Looks real smooth, too. They made a couple of tweaks to those rails. If you watched the last ones, it had a couple of bumps on the way out, but moving out super clean this time.
Yeah, and as noted earlier in the show, but definitely worth repeating, Starship will deploy Starlink's more advanced V3 satellites, adding 60 terabits per second of capacity to the network per launch. So that's 20 times more than each Falcon 9 launch does today. Just incredible.
That's such a
Yeah,
satisfying.
and
mechanism.
anybody that's been following Starship, you know, Starlink's kind of the MVP for these flight tests, where it's not only giving us the views we're seeing right now, but also just real-time data through every phase of flight. So we've got a couple dozen cameras on Starship. We've also got a bunch of cameras spread across the globe, including out in the Indian Ocean, where we've got our fun buoys floating. There goes another one. And I mean, we're using Starlink to bring all of this together. It's our drone shots you see here from our great team down here at Starbase, all connected. So Starlink not only giving us cool views off the planet, but also on the planet, help bring everybody along for all these Starship flights.
This looks really smooth compared to last time. I wonder if on every
I think
deploy, if they
that's
have like
number
a,
4. Somebody
like-
check my math.
they have a small tweak between like each of them, just so they, know, I don't know, get variables there, and kind of test which one actually works
Yeah,
the
we've
best.
got 4 Starlink terminals on the outside of Starship. He uses that to talk to the constellation, and through that, we actually get about 120 megabits of bandwidth for our downlink. That's our real-time HD video, all of our telemetry. So it's not just kind of giving us these cool views inside, but it's giving all that engineering data in real time, including reentry, when normally a plasma layer builds up and blocks you out. Starlink, powerful enough of a frequency that we're able to kind of punch through that and still get that live view.
I wonder why there is such a big delay between like the stacks.
All right, next one out the door.
Well, here we go. You can barely see what it
There we
is.
go.
They need more lights on the outside. Not that it matters at all. A daylight launch would be cool.
All right, yeah, Starlink is the world's largest satellite constellation operating in low Earth orbit to deliver high-speed, low-latency broadband internet. This provides internet access to people around the world, many of who have never had connectivity before. Oh.
Another one. So I should explain what you're seeing. You're seeing the slit of the door from the outside. You're looking down. Since all you see is the
Right.
door.
Today,
And you're
Starlink
seeing the
serves more than
Starlink being
150
pushed out.
countries, territories, and other markets, with over 7 million active customers and counting. To meet the global growing demand for high-speed internet, SpaceX expanded its factory over in Bastrop, Texas, which is just outside of Austin, and also introduced Starlink Mini, as well as an upgraded version of the Starlink Standard Kit.
I should real quick mention, someone said it's like
Yeah,
the
and
last...
one thing to note about the
thing here.
satellite deploy is that they will be following the same suborbital trajectory of the ship. So these dummy sats will not be going in orbit. We do expect them to burn up on reentry.
I'll take a real quick second
A
and
couple more to
answer
go.
this
I
one.
promise one of these days we'll deploy in daylight. But we're basically trading deploy in the dark so we get those re-entry views for the daytime.
So Russell wanted to know who is cleaning up all the trash orbiting the planet. So just for reference, as in response to what's happening right now, these Starlinks are not going into orbit. Right now, Starship is on a suborbital trajectory. It is not, like nothing that is happening up there right now will stay up there. It's on a suborbital trajectory. These will be re-entering in the Indian Ocean, basically. They'll be burning up on re-entry, and whatever doesn't burn up in the atmosphere would land in a pre-approved exclusion zone in the Indian Ocean. Pretty close to start. They're following the same trajectory. The difference is Starship will do, well, first off, there's that, there's an impulse right now. There's a push. So they're separating away from each other a decent amount during this whole coast phase for the next, 40, 50 minutes. But then the other thing is Starship will do a relight, which I think they're talking about. But we'll talk more about that in a second. Let's listen in.
We still have a ton of major events to come today, including Raptor Relight at about T plus 37 minutes. That will be followed by atmospheric reentry and splashdown.
Here's our timeline here for you guys, so you can see that.
So with that, we're going to go on another quick coast.
Yeah, if you can hear us.
For 1 second here, guys. And it looks like the door's shut again.
All right, with that payload door closed, we're going to sit tight, enjoy the views, and enjoy the space jams. Again, we'll be back in just a few minutes for Raptor Relight, and then head back for reentry.
Excellent. So cool. Raptor Relight's going to be next. We'll show the. We can't really show the timeline for 1 second here because they're on the same system. So in a second, we'll show you kind of the timeline when we can of everything you can expect. Oh, that's a pretty shot. Look at how beautiful it is right now. Come on. All right, so Raptor Relight is coming up at T plus 47 minutes. So we have 20 minutes to hang out together. Sorry, you're stuck with me. We're the best we got right now. I don't know what I'm saying. Let's see. I wanted to talk. So the Russell had asked, who's cleaning up all the trash orbiting the planet. So like I said, all these tests are all suborbital. But even things like specifically with Starlink, there's now thousands of Starlink satellites. They're intentionally in a low orbit where there is, there's drag. Like there is a measurable amount of drag. It might take place over months. But that's why if a Starlink dies, it's not going to loiter space. It'll just burn up within months. And, people think like they imagine that there's thousands of satellites and you see those images of like all these, space debris and orbital debris and all these satellites in orbit. It looks like this like cloudy mess. It looks like, oh my gosh, we are like, this is terrible. Don't forget these satellites, for the most part, are like not that on average, not bigger than like a car or like a car with like a small plane or something with, with the solar panels. And they're going so fast. They're taking up so little space that it's just hard to imagine that there's, 10 times more planes in the sky. And there's certain altitudes that planes fly at. And there's typically only about 1,000-foot separation between, planes going in different directions. And yet, like, they don't crash into each other. And these are in fixed altitudes, and very fixed. Nothing is changing the trajectory of something in orbit. So it's a lot easier actually to avoid stuff in space. And there's so much extra altitude. There's infinite miles really. But as far as orbiting the Earth, there's, 1 million miles or whatever, 1.6 million kilometers, whatever, of orbit basically for Earth. So for the most part though, things are around, 300 to 500 to 600 to 800 to 1,000 kilometers or what things. Actually, I have on my shirt here the altitudes of what's technically low Earth orbit. Medium Earth orbit starts at 2,000 kilometers. So below that, you're still in low Earth orbit. Think about being able to be separated by kilometers of distance, and zooming past each other. It's not a big deal. A wind gust or something isn't going to push one into another one. That's just not an option. So it's intuitively not as like scary as you might think. So here's a trajectory too. This is the Earth on its side that we're seeing from SpaceX on 90 degrees. So north is on the left, the south is there. We're about to fly into and over Africa there. So, and just a little bit of Madagascar even on the way over. So that's where it's at. I had a few things marked here. I saw a fun one that I actually like, and this is fun for me because let's see, where was that one? A doer wants to know, Everyday Astronaut, what are your qualifications? That's actually the whole point of Everyday Astronaut, is I'm just an everyday person. I'm self-taught. I used to be a professional photographer. And, some people might snuff their nose up and say, well, this guy's not qualified to talk about any of this stuff. He doesn't have a degree in it. He doesn't work. That's the point, is that if I can learn this stuff, anyone can learn this stuff. It is, it seems like people compare rocket science and brain surgery, right? Those are the two thresholds of like, oh, that's, it's not brain, it's not rocket science. And they always act like it's like this impossible thing. The reality is it's just been hard to explain. Like nowadays with things flying so often with incredible tools, even with Kerbal Space Program, I think it's easier than ever to actually learn how these things work, what makes them tick. And it's easier than ever to be excited about this stuff because we have access to this stuff that we didn't have in the past. Think about the fact that we can literally watch these rockets be built. You can drive next to them. You can go out to Kennedy Space Center, see a rocket fly almost every 2 days right now. It's an exciting era, and that's the whole point of Everyday Astronauts, to bring space down to Earth for everyday people. That's not just like a gimmick. That's the whole point, is literally just to be able to do this so that we can all watch together and hang out together. And, and we can all, you guys can learn along with me. And that's one of the problems too, when people say like, why, it takes me a while to make a video. I'm always trying to learn something new and expand my own horizons so I have a better understanding of the topics that I'm talking about. So it takes me a while to sit there and learn, find good sources, reach out to people. That's one of the things that people might not understand is like, I call a lot of people. I set up a lot of meetings and I just sit and talk and just try to leech off people. and gather whatever I can for knowledge. And that's a luxury that I have because of you all supporting the work that I do. I wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for all of you watching right now. So thank you so much. If you are watching, we're simulcasting on X and on YouTube. Thank you so much for watching. Sincerely, it really does mean a lot. I mean, I'm not just fluffing you up about that. That we wouldn't be able to do this if you weren't watching. And obviously, huge thank you to all of you that are sending generous donations. Wait until, like I said, we've been refilming, a tour video, things like you'll go to see actually how our tracking assets work. We've got a tracker here. I don't know if we can pop that up on camera right now or not. But I was able to track for a little bit, which is really fun. And we have our production trailer, our 4K production trailer. So we actually have these incredible controllers that Colin Thrash made, one of our a guy that's helped out a lot here. We have these incredible controllers that are custom made just for tracking rockets. I love all the stuff that we've been able to do, and it's so fun for me to be able to do it. And I, again, appreciate you guys being here. Those of you that are Patreon supporters and in the Discord channel and on YouTube members, everything, X-subscribers, it all makes a huge difference. It really does. And I'm not just blowing smoke. Like, we couldn't do this without you guys. So thank you so, so much. And thank you for tuning in. Like, I hope that you have fun. That's the whole point of these things, is to have hope, have fun, be excited about the future, and just get together and celebrate something in one room. And, we get to just focus on something that I think is important and I think is fun. So that's my rant. Thank you again. We will, again, there's still more to come up. We have about 15 more minutes before the next event. So, I love this stuff. I hope that you can tell genuinely that this is just what I love. This is just my passion, and I'm just glad you guys are here. So, thank you, Arson, for the compliment. This is a good question from James Lefebvre, or I'm totally mispronouncing that. Why does the rocket plume sound like popcorn? So what you're actually hearing, people think like, oh, that's just the microphones distorting. That's actually what that sounds like in real life. Like, it's this crackling percussive sound. And that's because what you're hearing is you're actually hearing basically sonic booms. You're hearing the air not able to get out of the way faster than the speed of sound, right? So you're actually getting you're basically getting this supersonic flow of rocket exhaust distorting the atmosphere. And you're literally getting like micro thunder. And so you're getting these distortions happening that are just like these crackles and pops. And I just think it's super fascinating. So that's the thing that surprises people, I think, is that what you hear, you have this low rumble from just the acoustic energy, but the thing that you actually end up hearing most is this like crackling, popping sound. And that's just from the supersonic air molecules are not able to be supersonic air molecules, all getting distorted and bunched up. It's super crazy. Judy, thank you for saying thank you. Thank you for saying thank you. This is from Beckett. Wants to know, hey, Beckett, how you doing, Beckett? Our friend Beckett Potter, how are you? Everyday Astronaut team, who is working today besides you and Spencer? So we have 4 of us today. We've got 2 in the trailer, which is Spencer and Andrew. And hey, there's the trailer, our 4K production trailer. So normally we have 2 people up front doing tracking. Today, Spencer was running graphics and doing things in the left seat there. But he, during the stream or during the launch, he popped over to the stations to the right of Andrew and was able to run one of the trackers there. But now he's going to be, you actually can see on his screen on the bottom left there, he's editing a replay right now. You're ready with the replay already. How is, that's incredible. So we have this Blackmagic replay editor, and we're able to bring in our stream. We can literally recut our launch coverage, what it looked like. Basically in real time and bring it back to you ASAP. So we can actually start watching a few of these replays, which is really cool. Or is it just the outro? We got some replays. All right. Well, let's take a look at those while we're in coast phase. This was my tracking shot. No, that's not my tracking shot. It might be me screaming. Let me see if I can match that shot. What is it? Expand my own horizons. Listen to that launch audio. The fact that we do that live is pretty incredible. No. Oh. Okay, SpaceX is talking, so we'll listen into that, but that's incredible.
Oxygen, liquid methane in a smaller, more easily pressurized container, which we can use for on-orbit burns, and we're also going to tap into those when we do our landing burn. So this will be a critical capability once we go to full orbital missions. You'll have to do a deorbit burn to break out of orbit, send it back down to Earth. But in this instance, we're already on our way back down towards Earth. So this is just going to demonstrate the capability of turning one of these engines on. We should be coming up in just about 20 seconds or so, looking for one of those Raptor engines to turn back on. They've been off since we completed that successful ascent burn almost 30 minutes ago. Here we go.
Oh, Raptor ignition. And shutdown.
All right, there was that Raptor Relight.
Love to see it.
Looks like engine 3, full duration. As Dan mentioned, that's a third attempt, and we just did it 3 times in a row. So congrats to the team, the ship
Nominal
team,
second
Raptor
orbit
team.
insertion.
Good.
And then there we heard nominal second orbital insertion. All right, so congrats everyone on the milestone. That was awesome to see. We're 3 for 3. We're going to take another break, and we'll be back for re-entry at about T+45 minutes. We'll see you soon.
So one thing we're going to keep our eyes on too, by the way, while we have this pulled up and while we have it kind of in the left, we'll be keeping our replays here. You're seeing our replays on the right screen in case you missed it. And also you get to see it kind of uncut, which is always fun. Listen to that audio. Great work, audio team. Keating and Taylor. That's awesome. Thank you. Ready for engine ignition? Ignition, here we go. That's incredible. Yeah, baby, let's go. That is gorgeous. Goodbye, version 2. Oh, that's awesome. Yes. No, lost connection. It's shaking so much. And here it comes to the house now. You could really feel it. Here comes the house now. Holy crap. Look at that tracking shot, Spencer. Oh, the house is not just shaking. I can feel it actually rocking. Yeah, that was the crazy thing. It wasn't just shaking. It was like literally doing this. Oh my gosh. Space popcorn, baby. Make it space popcorn. Spencer, this track is awesome. That's incredible. I think it's almost better inside. This is awesome. Yeah, I gotta say, it was really cool actually inside.
So we've got 33 out of 33 Raptors lit. Super Heavy makes its way uphill.
Wow.
Hot staging is going to be coming up in just a little over a minute. At that point, we're going to see.
Oh, we're getting re-entry plasma. Let's focus in on this.
3 of those Raptor.
So we're already starting to get into the re-entry phase here. Now, last time you may have noticed that they had a little explosion, and I think they fixed that. But they basically had the oxygen vent lines and the methalox vent lines at the back end of the aft flaps, venting basically together. So what happened is once it found an ignition source, they basically hopefully separated those out, and maybe they put them on one side facing. I don't know, but what could happen is it could collect. And we saw these little booms, and it destroyed part of the aft flap. So hopefully we don't see that this time. And that was another lesson learned. Another thing of like, well, I guess it worked. It wasn't the ideal outcome, but now he can learn from that lesson. And it does help show just how, resilient this vehicle's been. I think, stainless steel construction kind of helps it have some tolerances there that are pretty unheard of otherwise. So, yeah, there we go. It is some of those lights you're seeing on the ground were overflying Africa. So we're about to probably in the next 20 minutes or so fly back into daylight, which is crazy. So very cool, very cool. This is speaking of Spencer's track. This is the perfect comment for this, and huge thank you to Daryl Wright. Thank you so much. Yeah, tacos, absolutely. Spencer's getting tacos like crazy. Get some tacos for Spencer. He's carrying the whole show today. Hey, not just Spencer, but also Andrew Taylor and Ryan, as always. But Spencer, that track was incredible. And yeah, I mean, it's a whole team thing here. So huge thank you, everyone. Say thank you to Daryl for the taco fund. We'll be eating good tonight. So thank you so much, Daryl. This is so cool. Oh, this is awesome. From Kyle saying, been watching you since the Orange Spacesuit days. Holy crap. Just had my 1 year at working for Blue Origin. That is awesome. That is so cool. Thank you so much for watching for so long. And 1 year anniversary. So that's crazy that you've been working there. And then also you guys have launched a rocket. We're now exactly on the 1 year anniversary of the booster catch here. This October seems to be a good month for spaceflight based on anecdotal data here. But yeah, that is awesome. Thank you so much for saying hi, Kyle. I love these plasma shots. These are something we've never been able to see before until this. So Eric, send him to Mars or buy coffee. Well, I'm already, as you can tell here, I am already in Mars, my friend. Thank you so much. T-0 liftoff. Birds start flying off. Tim discovers the orange-faced McFly guy again. Tracks the bird for 30 minutes. That's what we should have done. Just track the birds. Soon these are going to become so routine and so boring that we're going to be like, let's track a bird instead of the giant rocket launch. This is awesome. I love this reentry part. Just seeing the plasma grow. And isn't it crazy, too, that we can be at this altitude and you're already seeing the effects of reentry plasma. We're at 105 kilometers. So that puts it into perspective. Think about when Blue Origin does, a New Shepard launch, and it's a suborbital launch, and the 6 humans can get to see that, above at this altitude. You basically are seeing, the blackness of space. You're seeing the curve of the Earth. Incredible experience. But it does go to show how, there's almost no reentry heating for a suborbital mission like that, where it's straight up and straight back down, because its maximum velocity is only something like I think it's 4,500 kilometers an hour or something, roughly, maximum velocity. And it's able to slow down basically all the way through reentry, and you never end up seeing plasma like this because it's going so much slower, because it's just vertical and falling back down. There's no horizontal aspect at all. Now, this vehicle you can see as it's reentering. So you'll notice the speed's going slightly. Okay, well, listen.
And reliable reusability is the ultimate goal.
Yeah, the light show has already begun. You can see plasma starting to build on the windward side of the rocket there. And, reentry is a critical phase of flight, and we need information on how the ship systems perform. Reentry is also extremely demanding portion of flight because we need the ship to scrub off all of the energy we used to launch the rocket. So remember, the 33 engines plus the 6 engines on ship that we used to get up into space, we now are using aerobraking essentially to scrub off all that energy. And of course, Starlink is a big part of this, giving us the views we have right now, and also letting us gather as much data as possible, which again is really the main reason why we do these flights. And the view we have right now is actually a really good example. As we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, we have some tiles on the leeward side of the flaps here, and we have some different mechanisms, some stud out, basically to see if these tiles will hang on. And we can see already here, it looks like we kept most of them, but I think I see a couple there that are no longer there. So the thermal team is definitely going to be digging into that and taking that data to help us iterate on V3. So yeah, Starlink provides us with one more path to collect data and help us rapidly iterate Starship's design.
And if the ship does manage to make it all the way to reentry, we'll collect valuable data on the spacecraft flying through the Earth's atmosphere at hypersonic speeds, or more than 5 times the speed of sound. Reentry is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communications with spacecraft because it's re-entering at or around orbital velocity, which is roughly 8 kilometers per second or 5 miles per second. At those insanely high speeds, the spacecraft moving through the atmosphere creates a plasma field around the vehicle.
Yeah, and that blanket of plasma distorts communication frequencies, so it's not uncommon to experience brief blackouts in communication. All right, so big picture here, Starship is designed to land on Mars where there are no runways or other humans to help out. So that means we need to do a propulsive landing instead of a more traditional means like parachutes, which is what our Dragon spacecraft uses, or a runway like the Space Shuttle. Propulsive landing enables more rapid reusability.
Now, as the ship makes its way back to Earth, we should start hearing some callouts when we hear entry max heating and entry max Q. That means the ship has made it through the maximum heating and aerodynamic loads it will experience as it returns. So if it makes it through all of those, that's a pretty good sign that we're doing well.
Yeah, and we heard flaps have control of the vehicle now. Okay, there's a great shot there. You're starting to see the plasma build up. So we will hear a call out when the ship is transonic and then subsonic. Transonic refers to the period of flight where the velocities of airflows surrounding and flowing past the vehicle are concurrently below, at, and above the speed of sound, somewhere in the range of Mach 0.8 to 1.2. All right, a lot of numbers coming up here, but for reference, commercial jets have a range of cruising speeds, but most fly around Mach 0.74 to Mach 0.85, which is 480 to 575 miles per hour, or 770 to 930 kilometers per hour. Right now, we're going a little over 26,000 kilometers per hour. So compare that to the airplane at 930. It's like pretty crazy how fast we're going here. All right, and after we hear the call out that Starship is transonic, we should hear the call out that Starship is subsonic. Subsonic, of course, refers to the speed that is much less than the speed of sound. So at that point, the ship's velocity will be starting to slow down, and we'll be looking a little bit more like some of our suborbital flights from, at this point, almost 5 years ago.
Yeah, so re-entry so far is looking pretty good. You can see that plasma field. Also, again, with those missing tile experiments, especially, we're putting the ship through a lot today, but things are looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, we're looking good. I do want to remind people that we are pushing ship to the limits. We've done a lot of these missing tile tests. We did it back on Flight 10. Every time we do it, we throw something new and the ship makes it through. This time, we're really pushing it. We've removed these tiles in some of the spots that see the highest level of heating. And we remove tiles that have zero backup protection underneath. So there's
crazy.
Essentially just bare steel.
There's no way it's surviving, right?
It's in the heat of reentry.
Right.
And so do not be surprised if this is not a very smooth flight on the way down. But again, this is intentional. We are trying to find what are the limits for a ship. How resilient are we to these different issues that could pop up? If we lose a tile anywhere in the vehicle, we want to know what that ultimate impact is going to be. So we've got a couple missing. We had a bunch pulled over the primary fuel, the LOX tanks, everything. This one, we've got a tile missing right on top. So that's going to see some of the highest temperatures during this reentry, and there's just bare steel right underneath it. So we're going to see if Starship's robust enough to pull through that. Also have some tiles missing around the aft flaps, specifically on the leading edge. So again, we're getting a really good look right at the leading edge. That's getting really intense heating. So again, gonna see if it can make it through. See if all the flaps hold on, see if Starship holds together. But definitely could be a bumpy ride, but this is why we're flying. This is why we're flying in this part of the world. This is why we're putting Starship through these flight tests to really understand what its limits are. So we can then move on to the next thing, which is gonna be bringing ships back to the launch site for a catch. But for now, still on this suborbital, the light show continuing. Keep following in. I think we got about 15 minutes until splashdown.
It's gonna be a long 15 minutes.
Yeah, Dan, it looks, you can see our speed our speed indicator in the bottom left there. It looks like we're starting to scrub off velocity a little bit quicker.
Ship is entering the peak heating phase of flight.
Just crazy. If this survives with literally no backup heat shield, I'll actually be really surprised because I feel like it shouldn't. Wow. You get a sense of how fast
Looks like we can see some clouds down there as we pass through 70 kilometers altitude.
Yeah, the sun's starting to come up again. Ooh, there we go.
There we go.
Wow.
Skirt is intact so far this time. If you watched Flight 10, you saw we entered with a little bit missing. That was ultimately traced to a little bit of buildup. We dumped prop on the way. We had a little bit of solid propellant buildup, and then either static discharge or the plasma ignited it, took out a tiny bit of that skirt, some of the aft flaps, but Starship, again, was able to fight through it, make it all the way to that landing burn. We addressed that, changed some of our prop dump con-ups, though, so should not be seeing that this time around.
Knock on wood. I can't believe it's survived peak heating already, so it's still crazy, though. I mean, we're still talking temperature.
And as a reminder,
basically.
we're, in addition to these missing tile tests, we're doing kind of a unique flight on the way in. It's going to do what we call a banking maneuver. So while we're still going supersonic and even hypersonic, we're doing kind of a banking turn, and then we'll do a pretty aggressive turn right as we get into the subsonic and start doing our belly flop. And that's designed to essentially be the approach that we would do on a return to launch site and a tower catch. So don't be surprised if we see the ship start to turn and make a few maneuvers as it makes its way down to the Indian. And fun fact, even though we're doing all this turning, we're essentially targeting the exact same spot in the Indian Ocean we went to last time.
That's cool that they're targeting the same spot. So that means their trajectory was a little bit different at some point, so they can turn and basically land at the same point. I mean, they're down to... That is such a cool view. Are you kidding? Come on.
All right, just about 12 minutes to go. Still looking good. That gives a pretty good view of those aft flaps where, again, on the leading edge, I think it might be on the one on the other side, we had some tiles removed with no backups behind it. So again, we're really trying to stress some of the most sensitive areas around Starships, where basically if you lose a tile, it's the worst possible spot. And if we're able to make it through this, then that tells us quite a bit about just how resilient this vehicle is.
Still a ways to go, though. Look at the velocity.
And that shot we just had earlier was looking at what we call the business end of Starship with all the Raptor engines. And those are the engines that we're going to be expecting to light for that flip and landing burn, hopefully in about 10 minutes once we get through reentry. Yeah, there we go.
So there's burn through. I mean, it'll probably just pop, right? Like if it burns through the main
looking
tank.
at E3, that's the one. It's the one we did the relight on. So it's 2 for 2 so far. We'll see if it can go 3 for 3.
Yeah.
Oh, you just get a sense of the energy involved here as it's re-entering. Looks like you can kind of see it banking off to its right for that kind of that banking turn.
All right, we can see that speed just continue to bleed off under 20,000 kilometers an hour. Ship still holding together.
Yeah, and if you look in the bottom right, looks like we've made it all the way to the Indian Ocean. We're coming up kind of near Australia, the west side of Australia there. So pretty crazy. We're only 56 minutes in, and we've made it all the way, you know, halfway around the world.
I can't believe it's made it this far, to be honest. Without an ablative layer, I thought there's kind of no way, because we see burn through happen in this metal. So maybe because
it's actually a good
tanks are
demonstration
colder?
of a future capability we hope to have on Starship, where we will do point-to-point transport on Earth. So essentially travel anywhere in the world in about an hour or so, which is, you know, going to be pretty crazy. Imagine going from New York to Sydney in 1 hour instead of the, you know, 20 hours it takes currently.
This is looking good, but that banking looks awesome, though. I love that these cameras are mounted on the flaps, so you see.
And a reminder, so
actuating.
this camera is, oh, we see some of the heat rate picking up a little bit. And this camera is embedded right in the end of one of those forward flaps, so you see it moving around. That's the flap adjusting to maintain control.
Now it's
like we're
oriented the
getting
other
into
way.
our bank
That's
maneuver.
Cool. Oh, that's awesome.
Now
Tokyo
power
drifting.
sliding through the atmosphere.
External temperatures are coming down.
Yeah, literally power sliding. This is a massive drift. That is incredible. Look at that. It's like the leading edge of that.
Vehicle is now at maximum dynamic pressure.
Leading edge of the aft flap definitely looks toasty, but intact.
All right, that was basically our reverse max Q, so most aerodynamic stress that it's going to see during reentry, we just passed through it. So we're past that, we're past peak heating. Ship's still holding together. So we're currently in this bank maneuver. We're gonna see it kind of roll over and do a pretty significant shift as we get down closer to the subsonic speeds.
This is crazy.
Yeah, and that bank maneuver that Dan's mentioning is all in part of us to learn about the guidance, navigation, and control for return to launch site missions. So in the near future, we're hoping to return the ship back to the same pad we just took off on 59 minutes ago, and we've got to do some of these pretty dynamic bankings to make that trajectory work out.
This is crazy. I really expected we'd see it get lost today, honestly.
All right, the light show kind of calming down as we're starting to move into the lower parts of the atmosphere. We should hit transonic, so hitting that transition between moving faster than the speed of sound and below the speed of sound in just about 3.5 minutes. Our landing burn should happen right around an hour and 6 minutes after launch, so we should be just about 6 minutes away from that. You can see lots of daylight. Everybody cross your fingers, see if our range team is able to get out there and provide any surprise views as Starship makes its way down.
I like surprise views. Come on, surprise views.
Oh, it's like they heard me.
Cool. That's gonna be awesome.
Ready and waiting, let's go.
Get back to
Dan,
the
you
ship.
just spoke that view into existence there.
All right.
And again, all brought to us by
RTS banking
Starlink.
maneuver has started.
All right, there we go. So we're now starting into our really heavy bank maneuver. Again, this does almost like a half circle loop to our actual trajectory. We're heading to the same exact splashdown point, but we're kind of doing a more roundabout way to get there, where it's this kind of big, long half-moon loop and then a really aggressive kind of twist right at the very end. And that would line us up with the launch tower. Starship on a return to launch site, would fly over the tower, do a quick landing burn flip, and then come down for catching the arms.
How about that S38 decal there, staying strong on that view we just had?
Good to see the numbers back on.
Yeah.
All right, should be hitting transonic in about 2.5 minutes.
Still, bleeding off a lot of velocity still. Still another like 4,000
Landing
kilometers
flip
an
coming
hour.
up in about 4. Pretty clouds there in the Indian Ocean today. Again, yeah, we changed our launch times. We launch in the evening now, so we get these daytime views down in the Indian Ocean. One of the things we're really looking for, the reason we have the drone, other than, yeah, that looks really cool, is we're able to kind of see the ship. We can only see so much from these cameras. You can't see like the vast majority of the heat shield. So we throw these buoys out there. We've got there's...
You spoke it again, Dan. There it is.
They're playing with me in the control room. All right. But we have these buoys out there. We have these drones that we're trying to see externally how the heat shield held up. Everybody saw from Flight 10, it had a little bit of a paint job, a little bit of a reddish hue. That was from those metallic tiles that we had tested, kind of oxidizing really rapidly in that plasma and then spreading those little oxide particles all over the heat shield. No metal tiles on this flight, so not expecting to see that.
Dynamic pressure is coming down.
Okay, let's go full view, please. I don't need the sickening cam.
Hope nobody gets seasick.
Seriously.
All right, coming up on transonic shortly. It's about 2.5 minutes
3
of
minutes
landing
away
burn.
from that being a useful shot anyway.
Yeah, and once we get to around the 15-kilometer altitude mark, that's where we have a lot of flight history.
Starship
from
is
those suborbital
transonic,
flights.
starting the belly flop phase of flight.
Yep, that belly flop phase that we perfected in the suborbital campaigns, we're entering that now.
Let's go. Crazy that this works.
Right, starting to get those Raptors ready. Should be 2 minutes away from landing burn. Again, we're going to do a flip. After we ignite those engines, we'll go from 3 down to 2 for the final phase of the landing burn and look for another soft splashdown, hopefully by our buoy and drone, which are hanging out, ready and waiting for a ship.
Look at the flaps going nuts. How does it survive?
Seeing all 3 center engines have entered the chill phase.
Yeah, you can see the plume there from chill down. So they're running propellant through them again to chill them down before the pumps start running. It's weird what parts
All right,
are...
less than a minute to go.
The ship is making its turn for final approach.
So watch it. I think it's going to do basically a 180.
And here's
on
this kind
belly.
of aggressive final turn that would essentially position it so it's right behind the launch and catch tower.
That is cool. That is really cool.
Flaps holding strong. Landing burn in just under 20 seconds.
These are low layer clouds here.
Ship landing startup.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
There's our landing burn.
How do they do it even after all went through?
3 down to 2.
Starship has landed.
Yeah.
As we said, we're not planning on recovering the ship today. Hey, welcome back to Earth, Starship. We are down in the Indian Ocean. Let him hear at Starbase. What a day.
What a flight.
Oh. All right. Welcome back to Earth, ship. What a day. A whole lot more to go through. As you just saw, everybody here at Starbase pretty hyped. Hey, Tyler, out of Hawthorne, how's everybody holding up?
Thank you, Dan. We had a fantastic time watching. It was another exciting Starship flight test in the books, and we hope that you enjoyed those Starlink views too. So congratulations to the team at Starbase and everyone here and around the company. So many employees contribute to the Starship program as we continue to iterate and make progress towards a multi-planetary future. So that wraps it up for us here in Hawthorne. Thank you for tuning in, and back to you guys.
Yeah, what an incredible launch today. We had successful liftoff. Booster completed its objective, successfully splashed down over in the Gulf. Obviously, we saw another amazing Starlink deploy as well from ship.
Yeah, we made it through that reentry, testing all the different experience. We had missing tiles, gave us quite the light show. We had that Raptor Relight 3 for 3. That was ahead of reentry, of course. And then that awesome splashdown that we just saw, including that dynamic banking maneuver to simulate RTLS when we returned to the launch site. So yeah, we promised maximum excitement, and Starship delivered.
Definitely.
Congrats to all our teammates at SpaceX and to everyone who's supporting the Starship program. And thank you to all our future customers for your support.
We'd also like to thank the fine people of Cameron County, including the residents of its newest city, Starbase, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Government of Mexico, and the Australian Space Agency.
Yeah, be sure to follow SpaceX on X for updates and about more of the exciting views we didn't get to feature on today's broadcast.
And if you're interested in more launch coverage just like this, head over to spacex.com/launches for the most up-to-date information.
All right, I will take us out. Hey, congrats, Jake and Amanda. You guys did amazing. Great job. All right, today we launched the world's biggest rocket, knocked out all of our objectives. Shout outs to every single person who made this look easy. Thank you to everybody tuning in. We're going to see you back here for the very first flight of our next generation Starship. So we'll see you then. Good night.
Woo! Yes. Oh, and it's a beautiful sunset out there at Starbase. Oh, good job, team. Let's hear it again for the production team. I'd look real stupid without these guys. I already do look real stupid, so imagine what I would look like without them. Andrew and Spencer and Ryan, who's out there as well, and the other Andrew and Andrew. We have 3 Andrews that have helped, 2 kind of behind the scenes leading up to this. But yeah, oh man, I am shocked. I don't know about you guys. I was fully prepared for that's cool, but darn it, yeah, they lost it because, they were kind of expecting to lose it. Come to find out, you can remove a bunch of heat shield tiles and just let her rip, and it still survived. I mean, let me see if I can find a picture of the heat shield tiles missing, because they had a shocking amount of tiles missing. Let me do this real quick. Give me a second. I'm not logged in on this one. 1 second. But yeah, I mean, if you imagine that you can remove that much, because that was the big fear, is like, is this actually going to work? There's too many single fault failures, and yet here we are. They removed so many heat shield tiles. Here we go. I've got this image pulled up here. You can just get a sense of massive missing heat shield tiles on this. Those dots you see is where they literally took heat shield tiles off, and there's no backup ablative material. The fact that it can survive that is incredible. And the fact, here's the cool thing. Remember, people were asking, why are they doing this? Now they have data. Now they have data on what a good A/B test of This side has heat shield tiles missing. This side has heat shield tiles intact. What's that look like? We can correlate that now against each other. They can look and say, oh, look, the tanks experience, you know, there can be heat gauges throughout the tanks. There we go. That can help you know, like, what did it actually experience? Like, you can run these simulations all day long, but sometimes, you know, you can be surprised and you just want to correlate everything. You want everything beautiful fade out. Wow. You just want to correlate your hypothesis and hope that your facts line up and that your numbers line up and that you do have a correlation between your simulation and your real world data. So there's nothing that beats collecting actual data. So think about what they've been able to collect on for the last year especially, but 2 years of doing this now. So when people are saying, you know, well, they're just let me know when it's actually doing something. Sure, you know, but they're trying something incredibly ambitious and they're nailing it. So we do have a few more replays we want to show you guys. But again, before everyone logs out here, one more reminder, just as a thank you to everyone that is watching. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the super chats and everything. And if you also want to support the show, please head on over to the web store, everydayastronaut.com/shop. Get some stuff for yourself to commemorate today. I need to point out because I keep forgetting and people are just now realizing that we have dress wear. I always forget to talk about this. We have actual dress shirts that include the heat shield tiles that you see. We have dress wear that are the heat shield button-ups that are, you know, these are for the nerds because you look at this and you go, oh, there's actual heat shield tiles on this shirt. But it gets even nerdier when you look at, like, this one's little lunar landers. We have Raptor engines on this one, grid fins on this one. Basically, I'm just obsessed with making the things that I want to wear. I was like, I don't have any rocket hardware. There's always like stars and planets and stuff for dress shirts, but now you can actually wear rocket hardware to work or to any formal event. I just make the stuff that I want to wear that I see missing, and I'm always like, you know, I want a hoodie that has all the, you know, the what was on the cuff of the A7L EVA hoodie, you know, the Apollo hoodie. We also have new kids merch wear. We have literally, I think last year looked less than a dozen of these Redstone rockets. So our next 1/100 scale metal rockets in our the Mercury collection. So it comes with 2 rockets. And then I don't know when the next run's coming. So get them while you can. Shop around. Holidays are coming. everydayastronaut.com/shop. And also don't forget to go to astroawards.live and get tickets for yourself. See you January 17th and 18th in person with other awesome creators, people like Scott Manley, Joe Bernard, Zyla Foxlin, a lot of cool people. Maybe Joel from Integza will be there again this year. It's awesome. Tons of panels. We'll have experts up on stage that aren't just creators. People in the industry will be giving awards out to the coolest missions of 2025. So get your voices heard about what missions you want to see awarded an Astro Award. And hopefully we'll see you in Austin, Texas, January 17th and 18th. 2 days of panels and keynotes and exhibits and the Astro Awards and some parties and dinners and things like that. It's really fun. Cool hangout. A good way to meet new friends. So there you go. Lastly, let's see. Let's go to give me a view, and I'm going to switch here real quick to something. I got to switch over for some reason, whatever reason. My computer doesn't do this. I'm going to show you guys a cool thing from Scott Campbell. Had this view of Starship from Florida. Check this out. Posted it over on X. That is Starship from Florida. How crazy is that? So there it is. We were asking if you could see it. You can see it. It's just definitely not as bright as a Falcon 9 with its quote-unquote jellyfish, you know, or a jellyfish of any Kerlox rocket. So how cool is that? So there you go. No, it's not working. But how awesome is that? I love seeing that. Thank you so much for sharing that, Scott. I think Scott also sent a super chat. So thank you for that, and thank you for sharing that with us. I thought that was really cool. We do have replays available for you guys. Is this Ryan's already? Yeah, this is a Starlink, so it's not our raw image. It's not the internal card. Look at that. Here comes the house now.
Oh, the house is not just shaking. I can feel it actually rocking.
Whoa. Through a cloud.
Oh my God.
Ryan, this might be some of your best work. This is crazy. Locked on. And of course, that's shooting in 4K, 1,000 frames a second. So we can slow that down and analyze frame by frame if we need to.
Turn to slow down. This time it will be in a V3 configuration.
That's crazy.
And as we're starting to get into
Is
the
this
denser
Ryan's
part of the
also?
atmosphere, the booster is using 4 hypersonic
Wow.
grid fins to guide itself through atmospheric entry towards its landing site.
And we're just
Ship
about
jammer
20
pressure's
seconds
looking
away
phenomenal.
from landing burn start, where we'll first ignite the center 13 engines, then bring that down to 5 to slow down the booster for landing.
Look at that.
And finally, that will come down to 3, and we'll cut all of them off while we're still about 200 meters in the air. So booster is gonna see a bit of a harder.
Booster landing, we'll start it.
That's incredible. And it falls.
This is a totally different booster.
Center 13 engines, then bring that down to 5.
That
to
seems
slow
like it was a
down the booster for
long
landing.
drop.
And finally, that will come down to 3, and we'll cut all of them off while we're still about 200
That's funny.
meters
When
in
you
the
took
air.
this to
So
air, I thought this was a
booster is gonna
SpaceX
see a
shot.
bit of a harder
Booster landing, we'll start it.
Wow.
And
This is a totally different booster sequence.
goodbye.
We got the track there. Ryan did.
Booster landing, we're in shutdown.
That's so cool. I love that stuff. It's so exciting. How can you not love this? It's just an exciting thing to watch and be a part of. I love it. Man. Thank you guys again for joining and hanging out. This is, it's from Josh. We're talking about dirigibles and blimps and stuff. A dirigible is a specific type of airship, rigid or semi-rigid, whereas the structure of a blimp is entirely from gas pressure. So dirigible is not the overall, airship is the overall species or whatever, whatever you'd say. Yeah. So airship, and then dirigible, a Zeppelin is still a dirigible? No, a Zeppelin is a type, I think. Is a hot dog a hamburger or whatever the debate is. We have one more replay here. Oh, cool. This actually be...
Oh, the house is not just shaking. I can feel it actually rocking. Oh my gosh.
It's not actually as like violent as I thought. I thought you'd actually see it like...
Oh my gosh.
Our tripods are too good. Maybe I should have had the door open. I thought you'd see it a little more like bop-a-da-bop. I thought you'd see the bip-a-da-bam. We barely saw the bip-and-bam. We're gonna get one more bip-a-da-bop? Oh, let's see you guys. Let's see if your stuff bip-and-bopped.
Yes. No. Lost connection. Why is it shaking so much?
Not seeing bip-and-bop yet.
Here comes the house now.
Here comes the house now.
Holy crap. Oh, the house is not just shaking. I can feel it actually rocking.
Not really much. Oh yeah, we got a hula girl up in the
My God.
kind of the top of that screen. There's a little like hula girl from like a tiki bar. Thanks, Colin.
Oh my gosh.
Did you wave to the camera during the replay or like? He said, "Of course I did." I was confused because we were talking about Colin, so I didn't know if you were like waving to the camera, like if you were like accidentally took a live shot.
Outside. This is awesome.
You waved.
It's gonna be hot.
That's cool.
We've got
Well, I'm
33
surprised you don't see
Raptor's
more
lid is super heavy, makes its way
more
uphill.
shaked. I
Hot
thought it'd be
staging is going to be
shakified,
coming
just
up,
a touch more.
in just a little over
Well,
a minute.
let's get back to just answering a few more questions, and then it's time to get these people fed that have been working so hard. Steve-O! Oh, Steve-O, we miss you. Hi, Tim. Miss you all. Wish I was there for this one. Hi to Ryan, Spencer, Mary Liz, Andrews. He got them all. So thank you, Steve-O. Steve-O's run some of the tracking cameras with us before. Good friend of ours. Thank you, Steve-O. I might have a mission for you, by the way. I'll hit you up for the 20th and or maybe the 27th. I'll let you know. But maybe the 20th. I'll let you know. Let's see here from Klondike Saloon. If the Starship goal for 2025 was orbital and 2026 is propellant transfer, what's your big Starship goal for 2027? Keep up the good work. So it didn't make it to orbit in 2025. I really think orbit should happen next year. Orbital refueling test. Docking. I don't know if that will be... That'll be close for me. If we actually see a docking of 2 Starships next year. That might not happen next year. That might not happen until 2027, in my opinion. But otherwise, if not, 2027 is going to be the year of refueling, like actually seeing a depot launch, a dedicated depot that stays in space and is refueled. That'd be my 2027. That would be my guess. Let's see, from Ryan. Of my 5-year-old is watching, wants to know your coolest Starship fact. If there's anything riding in the rocket, and how fast will it go? Coolest Starship fact. Here's what I like. This is a fun one to think about. The propellant, the fuel on the inside of the tanks is so cold. It's so cold. If you put your hand in there, it would freeze into an ice cube like instantly. It would like literally, you wouldn't be happy. It's cryogenic propellant, but that cryogenic propellant flows out of that rocket. And it goes into the combustion chamber. Well, first it goes through what's called pre-burners, and eventually into the combustion chamber, where it's so hot that the reverse would happen. Instead of your hand being, absolutely, frozen into a solid block, it would be melted like you wouldn't even see it. It'd be, not good. But what's fun about that is that you have the difference in about this much space. You have something so cold you can't even touch it, and something so hot you can't even touch it, and they're only separated by about 1 millimeter, just by a little tiny sliver. And to me, just thinking about how you can have something really hot right next to something that's really cold, I'm looking at the wrong camera this whole time, is crazy. I just think that's really fun. So that's my just like general fun fact to think about with rockets is I need the tally lights. I don't have tally lights. That's my fun random fact about Starship when you're kind of thinking about, well, any rocket that uses cryogenic propellant or even any propellant. It's pretty crazy. But the other one, so asking if there's anything riding in the rocket, they had some dummy payload test satellites that they were just deploying. And lastly, how fast will it go? Today's orbital, the top speed was, I think, about 26,000 kilometers an hour. So roughly 17,000 miles an hour, which is almost 10 times faster than a bullet. That's how fast that rocket is. It can outrun a bullet. It could be flying by you, and you could shoot it at it with a gun, and the bullet wouldn't even catch up. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy to think about. Elizabeth Miller, I work there and prefer your commentary to the SpaceX one. Well, Elizabeth Miller, thank you. I really appreciate that. I think the main thing that I think people, what I feel like the response we get, is it's fun to be able to interact with a host, and it's fun to ask questions, and it's fun to be off script. Like, I don't have a script. I don't think about that. I like to listen to the host so I can learn and like be in tune with everything, which is why we obviously bring it into our stream as well. But for me, I think the reason that it's exciting to watch with just someone like me is because you just don't know what you're going to get. You might get someone saying, "Here comes the house." You might get that. You just never know. Sorry, what'd you say, Andrew? The bird, the bird we did hire. We did hire that bird, so we sell out sometimes. From Powell Zett, thanks for all your hard work, guys. Love your passion and the effort you guys are putting into this, for putting this together. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And thank you from Trade on the Market and from Erlandor. Really appreciate it. This is from Victoria. Has a good question. I love answering these questions from Lewis, who's 11. Lewis and Victoria, thank you so much for watching. How many years have I been learning about rockets? I started to kind of learn about rockets more or less in 2013. So about 12 years now I've been getting nerdy about rockets. So I don't have, we've talked about this before, and this is something that it's just kind of the whole point of Everyday Astronaut is that I don't have, I've never worked in the aerospace industry. I don't have a degree in this. And that's kind of my whole point, is that if I can learn this stuff, anyone can learn this stuff. And it's just all about how much you want to learn and how much you want to read and absorb. So it's kind of fun for, for those of you watching, is that we're all able to learn together. We're all able to, I get fact corrected all the time, and I love that because it's an opportunity for me to learn. What's better than that? So thank you so much for watching. Really appreciate it. More facts on blimps. Blimp equals 1 bag of helium, gas holds shape, dirigible, metal, composites, frame with bags, fabric, and holds shape. Airship equals all lighter than aircraft. See, Pete, thank you. This exactly what I'm saying. Like, I need this to be able to be, so I can learn. Is Zeppelin a name brand? Hey, chat, is Zeppelin a name brand, or is it a type of thing? Is it a Kleenex situation or a tissue? Please help us. I like this wide angle. I don't know what you guys think about this wide angle. If I don't know if anyone out there is a It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia fan, but I feel like I'm Charlie's uncle. If you know the reference, you know the reference. But I do like this wide angle. I think it's fun. Very, yeah. All right. From Betuel, Mars is the limit. No, let's go Starship. Thank you so much. I'm waiting to hear back from chat on Discord, by the way, or on Zeppelins. Betuel, again, thank you so much. Jeffrey Lowe, I'd love to see you on Joe Rogan Experience. I'm confident Lex Friedman would be happy to set that up. Would you be interested in asking him for that? Guess what? He's mentioned having me talk to Joe Rogan twice on his show now. 2 times he's made a pitch that Joe should talk to me, and he's reached out directly, and he's not bit. I don't know what it's going to take. I do not know what it's going to take to get on Joe Rogan's show and help him answer his questions about the Apollo program, answer his questions about aerospace. Because he has a lot of questions, and he always does that, where he's like, well, how did they blah, blah, blah? And he leaves it open, and the guest normally goes, yeah, how did the president make a telephone call on a landline to the moon? Like, you can easily learn that. Don't have that be an open-ended question. Go find the answers. The answers is they patch them in via airways the same exact way you would. The Titanic had businessmen sitting there doing business, making phone calls on the Titanic. I don't think there was a landline run out to the Titanic before it sank. You'd patch radio waves, and they actually had all these offshore stations up and down the coasts of Greenland and northern Canada and all over the place to be able to handle these times for business people to be able to make phone calls. And they're patched radio waves, right? I mean, it's the same thing. You're literally just patching in a landline into the network at NASA. That's, of all things, that's what people are confused about. Like, that's not that hard. And then there's just giant dishes that are pointed at the moon that send and receive data. And they also had dishes on the moon to send and receive. Like, this isn't that, why is that a holdup? Like, oof. They made a phone call? Yes, they made what are you talking about? It's no different than mission controls in audio contact with them the whole time. Russia's literally receiving the contact too, because they're also listening to these missions. Well, the Soviet Union, sorry, not Russia. They're also listening into this stuff. Like, these radio waves are going out there, patching in a telephone line into your mission control audio. That's the thing you're held up on? What? Like, let's get this straight. Yeah, Zeppelin's a name brand. Zeppelin's a name brand. It's the Kleenex of dirigibles. You know why it's Led Zeppelin with an ED? Because the band thought that Americans would pronounce it Lead Zeppelin if it was spelled Lead, but they wanted it to be lead, like a heavy, impossibly heavy Zeppelin. And now you know. Happy birthday, Stephanie Warjas from Lost. I'm just seeing that on YouTube. Sorry. Sorry, we were trying to close the banner. We were trying. So sorry, guys. That was like a glitch in our system. I'm so sorry. We missed the banner. Bring it back. You guys. Astro, what have I done? Glad the launch is going great. Yeah, sorry. You were up there the whole time. Congratulations. Hey, it's a lottery system. Do a super chat and maybe it'll get stuck up on the entire stream during a historic launch. Paul was in the restroom. Saw the jelly from Middle Georgia. That's crazy, actually. Anonymous Freak, I'm just here to make the banner disappear. Jonathan, is it tumbling? Something looks off with the lighting. No, it was doing great. What has been your favorite Starship launch so far? And is there any future rocket launch or company you're really looking forward to? I would say my favorite Starship launch has probably been, I mean, I wasn't even here in person for Flight 5, but how, with the first booster catch a year ago on the dot, how cool is that? I think that's still hard to beat for a Starship launch. I also think the one that I saw in person, which was Flight 7, was the one that I saw, the first catch that I saw. And the only catch I saw. I've missed 2 catches. I've missed Flight 5 and Flight 8. So, ironically, though, that means I've seen every booster fly, though. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, I think Flight 5 is hard to beat, but 7 just because I was in person, hard to beat that. Really, the rocket launch I'm really looking forward to for sure is Artemis 2, humans going back to the moon. Are you kidding me? And next year, hopefully, we'll also see the first launch from Stoke Space, which I am beyond excited for. That's going to be a really exciting, unique launch vehicle. Launch campaign. Can't wait for that one. Banner stuff. Beyond Plain Sight, thank you so much. Banner, ooh, a snake. Billy AK, I've always loved astrophysics. I did some physics in school and university, and now I want to go deeper into astronomy as a hobby. How should I get started? I think you're doing it just by being interested in it. I think, YouTube is a great resource just to start getting those juices flowing. Start watching videos about astrophysics. I mean, there's just incredible people out there making awesome video content. Not a self-plug. On every topic, obviously. You can find experts in any field, and astrophysics certainly is one. I can't name any off the top of my head because I don't actually watch, I'm really not into astronomy that much. It's so sad. I'm really just into the hardware. But so I would just sit and start binge watching at night, astrophysics, and just see how it culminates for you. Are you getting excited by that? Are you wanting to study more? You want to pick up a book, or you want to listen to audiobooks on your drive to work or whatever, or on the metro, whatever, let that foster, give it a little bit of go juice and let it go. For context, how much mass is each Starlink? I don't remember if they actually mentioned, I don't know if they actually mentioned how heavy it is, but likely a few hundred kilograms. I don't know. Thank you, Troy. Thank you so much for the emote. Really appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. And 73 months of support. That's up there. That might be the longest member. I always think I say that every stream. That's the longest, but we got to be getting close. I don't remember how long we've had memberships. That's got to be up there. Travel log use. Love you, Tim. You inspired my love for space. So much so I'm doing my master's thesis on space industry, but I'm struggling to get survey replies. Any chance I can get a shout out for the survey? Yeah. How would I do that right now? And then you can clip this and send it to people. Hey, this guy's doing a survey for his master's thesis. Can you please pay attention and give him some data so he can make a master's thesis on the space industry? Thank you. There you go. Clip that up. Itano Gary, thank you so much for the membership. Let's see, from Christopher, Shotwell and the engineers at Starbase and beyond deserve all the love here. Let us all yeet to the stars. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that work on these vehicles. There's a lot of people that work on these programs. Again, that's something that we really drill in at the Astro Awards, just trying to help give that appreciation for how big these teams are of people. These are not any one person. It's not any one team. It's a whole group of people, a whole team of avionics, a whole team of heat shields, a whole team of Raptor. I mean, unbelievable. McGregor does not get enough love. McGregor is where all the real pre-flight testing happens, on every single engine. It's an incredible operation there. So, yeah, huge shout out to anyone building and doing cool things, whether it be in space or a motorcycle in your garage. Shout out to you. That is awesome. Tyler, thank you so much. Good to hear from you. I appreciate it. We'll love to see a compilation of the V2 launches with your voiceover on how things improved after. That's an interesting idea. It's not a bad video idea. Bradley Kahn, thank you for another great live stream. Looking forward to watching the Astro Wars in January. Heck yeah, thank you so much. Benjamin, used to watch your early live stream. I suggested modifying your orange suit to split at the waist so you don't have to wear the whole thing. I actually remember that. That is crazy. Thank you for saying hi again. Dave Burke, you should try incorporating a sample of the engine popcorn sound into one of your tracks. Might be cool. I do have some rocket audio in kind of sprinkled throughout my new music, so you will have to pay attention to that, and hopefully you enjoy it. And Chris Waters, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Scene Baker, could SpaceX theoretically fly an expendable booster to space, refuel it, attach it to a ship, and use that to boost the ship even further? Opinion: no, you wouldn't fly a booster. A booster's on a suborbital trajectory. The booster, if you did put a booster in space, you'd have no more margins to re-enter. It could probably single stage to orbit. If you stripped everything off it, then you wouldn't be able to recover it. It'd have no payload. So what they're doing is exactly what you're talking about, basically. Instead of trying to get a booster up into orbit, because it's not just space, it's orbit. Instead, they're docking starships, and instead of that starship having payload on it, the payload is just more fuel. So the payload capacity of it is just going to be extra fuel they then put into another vehicle. So they can refuel a vehicle. So you basically described it. So an expendable booster, you won't have any propellant left once you're in space, maybe like 5 or 10 tons. Not enough to, not the 1,200 tons you need to refuel Starship. So you could refuel it, or I mean, you could maybe get it into orbit, but even if you expend it, you could expend a ship and a booster if you wanted to get, say, 300, 350 tons of propellant in one shot, but I don't think we'll see that happen because I think they're pretty gung-ho on reusability, and you can see why. They're making all the steps towards it. Ship was actually in control the whole time. Scene Baker, could SpaceX... Oh, we already did that one. That was a repeat. Thank you. Sorry for the double. Bye-bye, Flight 11. Agreed. Dave, thank you so much for becoming a member. Ryan, liftoff plume looked unusually brown and dirty. Possible the cooling underperformed. I don't think so. I think it's just lighting conditions. It's literally a matter of how much sand is on the ground, what time of day it is, what angle the sun's at. Like, it looked completely normal. Bob Smith, such a gorgeous launch. Hoping to see it get all the way to splashdown. We did. That was awesome. Thank you so much, Bob. Play 24/7. Thank you for becoming a member. There's a little pop at... Yeah, I did see a little pop in the skirt section. But there's a lot of things going on in there. It obviously did all right. Abu Paul, why does the ship fly on its side? So again, they were testing... Well, it was on its side. It doesn't matter the orientation in space, but they're mostly trying to make sure those Starlink satellites are being ejected retrograde, so flying away from the rocket, not into its path, so that as they collect, start to re-enter, they're, going to basically get further and further drug away. And as opposed to if you shot them in front, prograde, there's a chance that as the atmosphere starts to hit them, they could re-collide with the ship, and that'd be very bad. Play 24/7 wants to know if I'm still scheduled to fly on Starship. No. We announced last May that basically after 1 year of public knowledge, Yusaku Maezawa pulled out of Dear Moon. So obviously none of us knew that he had the option to back out at the end of 2023, telling us in early 24. No idea. And here I was literally like the whole time telling him and the whole team that we're not flying anytime until several years. I just kept saying we're a long ways away. And I kept saying my whole thing about milestones. Look for milestones. We'll have to refuel. Like, Starship's a long ways away from flying humans anywhere, let alone flying humans to the moon. I constantly was saying that, and ask any of my teammates if you don't believe me. Because that's what I've been saying the whole time. I say that on air. I say that all the time. Like, here's the milestones. And so I was like, we got a long time. We're 5, 8 years. Who knows? Like, if it happens by 2030, that'd be great. I was in no rush. Coming to find out, he was in a rush, and he backed out. And it kind of messed up some people's lives. Luckily for me, like, pretty great, opportunities here already. Get to do what I love still. So it didn't really change too much for me, but it did change for a lot of my crewmates, and that sucks. So, great job, beautiful flight. Amen. Logan Boy, I know this stream is about SpaceX and non-political, but I wanted to hear your opinion on concerns about NASA's potential budget cut, or are you going to make a video on it? I actually went in person to Washington, D.C. and participated in a day of action along with the Planetary Society, it's a bipartisan or non-partisan, activism, basically, advocacy. So we went and I went and spoke with different senators and Congress people from my districts in Iowa and members of their staff, and explained to them the risk of cutting off NASA's science budget. The White House proposed budget was 47%, beyond unacceptable. And I know we talked about this earlier, but the big thing is those science missions were active missions. They are active missions. And right now, even during the shutdown, the OMB could literally enact those budgets right now. So that's the scary thing, is that the executive branch can basically cancel active missions that are doing science that we rely on every single day. And I explained to Senator Grassley's member that the people that'd be affected most if these Earth-facing satellites, these science satellites were shut down. People think like, oh, it's all climate change and stuff. Actually, the people that'd be affected most would be Iowan farmers, because Iowan farmers quite literally rely on that satellite data more than anybody. Between trying to forecast, droughts, weather, the average person, we rely on satellites like this for predicting and tracking hurricanes and tornadoes, let alone the not Earth-facing satellites that are trying to track and look for, Earth-ending asteroids that we can quite literally redirect now. I mean, it's just shutting off active missions is not saving money. That's wasteful. That's wasteful spending. That is literally turning off billions of dollars of assets to try to save a few million. Like it's just so. That's the closest thing to politically active you'll hear me do, but it's advocating for what I believe in, which is science, and advocating for NASA to keep doing what NASA needs to be doing more of, which is the science. I talked about earlier how I really think NASA should not be building rockets anymore. We have the launch industry is flushed out. There's a private launch industry, thriving right now, flourishing. NASA does not need to be building super heavy lift rockets. We have literally super heavy lift rockets flying today. But yeah, NASA's science is the thing that doesn't have a direct ROI to like a private company. So we need that. We need that. If we don't have that, we will rely on ESA and China and India and all these other countries that are still producing these scientific researches. We're going to be like waiting for them to release the results back to us, which would just be a complete step backwards, at least compared to what's happened in the past. So, PNW, yes, October Sky, amazing. This is from Forensic Science Consultant. Been watching you forever. Huge fan. My daughter, U.S. Air Force Academy grad, flies with a headset with your sticker on it. Make more music. I listen to it while I fly all the time. That is awesome. Thank you guys so much, and thanks to your family for the support. I really do appreciate that. Alex, thank you so much for tuning in, and I'm glad that you're here to hang out. David Hawkins, sent you a link on X, caught the flyby. Yeah, we threw up. Well, maybe we threw up a different one. I will look for that and look for that when we're off air here. Let's see. Gerardo wants to know, why can you see the nodes on the rocket's flame? Great job. Maybe you're talking about the they're called mock diamonds, and that's because the external pressure of the atmosphere is actually so strong it compresses in on the rocket exhaust, and it actually makes it come to a point, at which point it expands back out, and it makes this repeating pattern that we call mock diamonds or shock diamonds, and they are beautiful. Scott Ballard with $100 super chat. How did I miss that? Thank you so much, Scott. Holy crap. Everyone say thank you. Huge thank you. That is, yeah. That is crazy. That is very, very, very generous. That is going into our taco fund. Thank you so much. Pierre, thank you for the great communication and videos. Question, explain suborbital but at orbital speeds. No. So it's suborbital just means, so I have a video called Orbit versus Suborbit that I suggest watching. So suborbital just means that it can't complete a full orbit, right? It means it's going to come in contact with either the atmosphere or the ground, right? So if it comes in contact with the atmosphere, that means it will inevitably come in contact with the ground because the atmosphere is going to scrub out the velocity that it has. So as you're raising your orbit, you're basically taking what is a straight up and down thing. If you ever played Kerbal Space Program, you know this. Instead of your trajectory going straight up and straight down, as you like go faster sideways, like throwing a ball or a football or shooting a cannon, it starts to arc, and that makes that straight up and down thing kind of start to arc out, and eventually you're actually raising your orbit like almost what feels like through the center of the planet, and it eventually starts to pop out the other side. And if you keep accelerating, it'll actually raise the orbit on the other side, and you'll end up going up into a higher orbit, higher part of your ellipse. So what they're doing is they're basically just making it high enough that the perigee, the lowest point in the orbit, is only like, the perigee is actually still making contact with the ground and making its trajectory end up in India, or Indian Ocean, sorry, not in India. So what is happening is they're basically doing all but the last little, 400 meters per second of delta V. They're doing all but the last little bit of acceleration that would get them into an orbit. They're just shy of orbital velocity. So they're all the way, they're up in space. They're at what would basically be an orbital trajectory, but instead of burning for that last little bit, they're cutting it short so that it doesn't quite get itself into orbit. And therefore, they don't accidentally get stuck in orbit. They don't leave, a big old chunk of thing out there in orbit. Yeah. There you go. Hopefully that explains it. Again, watch my video, Orbit versus Suborbit. I promise it'll help it make a lot more intuitive than me just talking to you. Jonathan, thank you so much. Coming in like playing KSP, 100%. That was so much. This is awesome. This is from Trade on the Market. Wanted to thank you. As a Hungarian community, we are here from literally the start. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate that. Opera Raptor, I want to be the cameraman. He's a trooper. I want to be the cameraman. He's a trooper being able to survive like this. Yeah, the camera on Starship, I think, is what you're specifically talking to, right? $50 from Dennis, too. How did I miss this? Tim, your crew is awesome. Your launch broadcasts are the best. Thank you so much. Really, really, really appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. So generous. Dave, the flaps are doing crazy good this time. Yes, they did. Exciting stuff. Can't believe you're on flight 11. I know. How are we 1 year away from the landing? That's crazy. I'm just going to fly through these so I can get these guys, we can turn off and get these guys fed. This is from Christopher Brummett. Whoever has been welding on the flaps deserves a big raise. Tokyo drifting, that was so awesome. Yes, that was so sick. SpaceX needs to gyro stabilize their ocean cams. Yes, they probably need like a 360 camera with a built-in thing or something, but I think in post they are able to fix it. But they had it on air a little bit too much, in my opinion. V3, here we come. Let's go. Nigel, thank you for the greatest Astro team ever. Tim, you and Team Rock, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Ditto 9003, Tim and team, amazing work. You should put Here Comes the House now. No, we don't need that. Another $50 from D Barrow. You and your team deserves a nice sweet treat after this. Yeah, I like a good sweet treat. Let's see. Over 5 years supporting you. Long live SpaceX and the next generation of Starship. Thank you so much. Oh, wait. I missed. Enjoy some delicious dessert after dinner, a.k.a. Wheelbarrow. Thank you. So good to hear from you. That is amazing. And Grom Life 43, been here a long time. Over 5 years supporting you. Long live SpaceX and the next generation of Starship. Thank you so much. 64 months. Wow. New members for John and Arvid. Thank you so much. William Sellers and Itano Gary. Yours is the best stream by far of the many I hit today. Thanks to the production team. Thank you so much. A lot of work goes into these. Greatly appreciate it. Flying Foxtrot becoming a member. GG, have you watched the videos made by Housemade Documentaries? Yes, I have. Definitely amazing. Some of the best Apollo footage out there. Best restored footage for sure. D-Barrow again, FY December 9th is your 9-year anniversary from your first video upload, Myanmar Astronaut. That's true. Technically, though, I kind of consider my first... I made a video on February 27th, 2017. That is like the first like produced video that was like kind of everyday astronaut style, where I'm standing there explaining something about rockets. I treat that as my anniversary. But that is crazy that 9 years ago is the first time I really uploaded. Paul, thank you so much. Let's see here. Can't wait for V3. Let's go. That is awesome. Santiago, thank you so much. Hey, Tim, I think a levitating Earth globe for your display would be cool. I made one with real satellite imagery and I'm launching soon. Float globe. That's cool. I have heard of you guys. Maybe hit me up. We can do something. Sanvi, thank you so much. 64 months from Kitty Donahue. Kitty, always good to hear from you. Love the stream. Can't wait for the next flight. What do you think it could be? Why are we... We're this bored? I'm this boring to you guys? This is ridiculous. You can hear the little motor in there, the little feedback. Wow. The stream has... We are a bunch of professionals over here. Oh, sorry. Kitty had asked, next flight, when do you think it could be? I think me and my little controller, I believe, February, March-ish would be my guess. Stubbs McGubbs, my best friend who brought me to my first rocket launch, Falcon Heavy Demo. Nice. Good friend. Had his first child today. Congrats, West and Kennedy. Yeah, congrats. That is awesome. Thanks for involving your friends in spaceflight, and congrats on the baby. 1,900 kilograms per V3 satellite. Is that right? Almost 2 tons? That's more than a few hundred kilograms. That's a lot. That's crazy. Thank you for sharing that, if that's true. I don't have time to fact check because I'm trying to wrap up here. Astro Morningstar, I'm going to bed now, but thanks for the stream. So happy the results of this launch. I am so happy too. This is crazy. Sanvi, been watching your stream since SN5. Wow, I am bringing quality rocket models to several libraries in San Francisco. Inspired Galactic Getaway. That is awesome. Thank you so much. That's very cool. And we're finishing with Dale L. We live in Alberta. Use GOES West satellite data all the time for farm work. We timed our potato harvest exactly 1 day before forecasted snowfall. That's what I'm talking about right there. And that's why this science data is so valuable, not just on like the nerdy science side, but literally on like the daily side. So support your science, support your scientists, support NASA science. Cheer for everyone doing cool stuff. That's cool stuff. Well, everyone, thank you again so much for hanging out with us. Really, really appreciate it. Next launch is going to be extremely exciting, so you might have to wait a little bit. But now the debate's what's first, Artemis 2, with the first humans flying around the moon since the Apollo program, since 1972, or Starship version 3. I really hope the two don't coincide. I will lose my mind. But, yeah. Wish us luck, everyone. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate all the love. And huge thank you again to the team that helped put this on. Love you guys. Great production as always. Excited to show you guys some behind the scenes here this year. And, of course, if you want to help support us, thank you so much for the super chats. Members, YouTube members, Patreon, get your name on videos, be part of our Discord community. It's awesome. So, and last time too, get your own cool merch at everydayastronaut.com/shop. And hopefully we'll see you at Astro Awards, January 17th and 18th, Austin, Texas. Get your tickets, astroawards.live right now. I see you. If you're thinking about it, put it in your calendar. January 17th and 18th, astroawards.live. Get your tickets now. All right, everybody, that's going to do it for me. I'm Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I was bringing some space down to Earth for everyday people. Goodbye, everybody.